Just about there we go. Okay, welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, January 29th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today, as usual, in these plasma reactor groups we've had for several years now. And I think we're ready to begin today's show. Let me just double check all systems are go. I believe we're operating where we need to be out in the social media spheres here and wherever else you're able to hear this broadcast. All right, so I usually begin the meetings by asking if anyone has something they'd like to present, or otherwise a device or some sort of idea or concept, or perhaps just something that you'd like to discuss, some topic that's come up recently. There's been lots of different things come up in the last Knowledge Seekers workshop. We've got a new video that came out since then regarding the one cup, one life concept for creation of ganses through a one cup process. And that's I think many of the people associated with the Keshe Foundation have seen that video already, and I should get the link for it here and post it so that everyone is aware of it. Let me get that up here. One cup, one life. And I'll put it into the chat.
Hi guys, go ahead.
I just did it in the last 2 hours, and it's making GANs.
Oh yeah, good
Yeah.
for you. Yeah.
Yep, very simple, mostly time on the materials, finding them and gathering them up.
And that was part of the 2 hours, you mean?
Yeah, probably a little
Right.
less if you had all the materials within an hour.
And just get that here, and then the other, whoops, the other chats.
I sent you 4 pictures, but I didn't hear it go whoosh, so I'm not sure if it got sent to you.
How'd you send them in Zoom, you mean?
Rick at Spaceship Institute.
Oh, at the email. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new there right yet.
Okay, I didn't hear that whoosh for some reason.
Well, you might want to re-whoosh it. Might want to re-whoosh it and see if you can get it to whoosh. Just a second here. Okay, the link for that video should be in the chat there and in the live stream, and just put it in the YouTube as well. There we go. So yeah, the 1 cup method. So tell us a little bit about your adventure with that, Mark. Did you found materials around the house, basically, like your copper wire, and how did you get the zinc, for example? What zinc sample did you use?
Well, I had originally a few years ago gotten a zinc plate and used it. It had some salt crust on it, but I just scraped it down manually and then washed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then just bent it in half, and that's my zinc plate. I took some pictures. Somehow I'll get them to you, if not today, sooner.
Okay.
And the nano coating was very easy, very fast. I always liked fire coating because of the quickness of it.
It's true, isn't it? It's sure is quick and easy.
But yet the other day I had put in the chat, somebody was talking, I think Marcus was talking. I said, we don't use, Mr. Keshe doesn't believe in fire coating. Only for emergency or testing, quick testing.
Well, that's exactly the purpose of this video, was emergency type.
That's what I thought
situation.
too. Yep.
And we should really be clear about that in some ways. I think Mr. Keshe is pretty clear about it, but it could be misunderstood easily, I suppose. Go ahead.
Now he must have steel fingers because
yeah, Dan had
or he was bouncing that copper wire very slightly between his 2 fingers because the torch got much farther away and I couldn't hold the wire.
Yeah, let me go.
You noticed how close he came.
Here's the actual point in the video when he's doing this.
Exactly, and, unless it looks much farther away because of an angle or something.
Well, he gets pretty close to the end of the wire. I was watching the same thing. I'm going, boy, that copper heats up so fast. And he even said, make sure you twist the tires, twist the wires tightly, right? And that conducts the heat even faster. And I'm thinking, he's going to reach.
He's really holding it with the fire, just being balanced so the flame doesn't knock it around, which the flame has a tendency to do.
Yeah, and you can see it actually does get red. It is pretty hot.
Oh, that's hot right there.
And then you carry on very, very slowly. Very, very slow. You keep the copper in a red color. It has to stay red. And then you see it. You come all the way, very slowly, very, very slow. You come to the end of it. Some of the wire might bend, it doesn't matter. But you go to the end. Make sure.
Now he does release it rather quickly at that point.
You try it. You try. See how close you get. You know.
Oh, I have, and I wouldn't be getting that close to it.
But
and you can see, so he's definitely holding it right in between his fingers, not in his fingernails.
I'm amazed.
Not lightly just balancing it. He's actually holding it. But he may have burned his fingers a bit. It'd be interesting.
I think he might have gotten a blister there, but
yeah. Dan had a question in the chat in the last workshop, but I thought it might be even better in the Knowledge Seekers workshop. So maybe we can highlight this and see if.
And I was using a butane gas. I'm sure he was using a hotter gas than I was using.
Possibly. In any case, that red hot copper is enough. It usually travels pretty well.
And I thought it was a little bit of an anomaly because when I first started watching fire coating, they didn't want it to turn red hot. They
Yeah.
want
Those were the two
move it
questions.
as the golden color or that silver color started appearing. So that I noticed that difference today.
What'd you say, John, about that?
Yeah, those were the two main questions. How didn't he burn his fingers, and why red hot? Everybody was asking those questions.
He's a magician. I say he was.
We've lost you, Mark.
It's just part of the magic.
Yeah, right after magician. That's right.
Now, another thing, when he said if you have an appliance laying around the house, like he had the hair dryer there. Do you know, Rick? He said this is the way the 3-wire is in China. Now, is that a hard wire or a braided wire?
Materials you have in the house, something you don't need anymore.
He's using braided.
Take the wire.
Yeah, that wire would be well, braided, what we call stranded wire inside the hair dryer. So then he takes the wire, when he showed here, the 3-wire. Not all wires, not all appliances will have 3 wires. Some of them will only have 2 because they're double insulated, so you don't need the actual ground.
I'm going to switch over to my other computer. I'm running out.
Okay.
Yeah, in China, many of the copper is an alloy. It's not straight copper. You got a lot of recuperated copper in those wires from China. No?
That could be.
Okay, I don't want it just to be an interaction between me and you, so. But yeah, it looks very good. I might have overpowered it. I should have put a voltmeter on the battery. I'm pretty sure it was a used battery. It's not supposed to have a lot of power in it, but it seems like I have a froth on the top, but it was bubbling, as Mr. Keshe said, even before I connected the battery. I mean, tiny, not micro bubbles, but very small ones. I took the magnifying glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Where did the bubbles form? On the zinc plate or on the copper?
Both. The plain copper appeared to be having some bubbles coming off, and the nano-coated stranded wire. They're both stranded and twisted. Both seem to be having something coming off, and the zinc plate, I don't know what, but there's fields going around in there. But there's a froth on the top, and that's from the bubbles. So that's why I'm thinking I might have overpowered it with too much power in the battery. It's supposed to be a used battery with very little.
Yeah.
All depends on the amount of salt you got in the water also.
Right. And Mr. Keshe, that's another point there. Did somebody transcribed it as 15% in a liter? But I thought he said 50 grams in a liter. 50 grams in a liter is 5%.
I think he said 150.
Yeah, so did I.
150 grams. Okay, so there's your 50, basically 15%. So I used 91 grams in 3 cups of water, which is 16, 32, 48 ounces. And that's what took to fill up my cup. Because I prefigured it, sort of, how much water. I didn't have to make a liter.
You had a pretty high concentration of salt there.
Right. And I also warmed the water slightly in the microwave just so I get a good dilution. It'd go into solution.
Right. If you warm it up, it'll make the reaction go much faster as well. So, yeah. So he says you can, to speed up the reaction, to make the material very fast, take an old battery and so on. So with not much power in it. So you could do it with or without a battery, but in an emergency situation, if you know you got the coronavirus, or you believe you have it, or some other flu virus, and you need the treatment immediately, not 3 or 4 days later, or you know, even tomorrow. It should be as soon as possible. So in that case, do what you need to for the emergency situation.
What you didn't mention is if you don't use a battery, you should join the 3 cables together.
Yeah, I believe that would be correct, or have an LED between the 2 outside ones and the middle one, for example, or some other.
Yeah, if you talk about an LED, the people will start saying what color, which end, what
Well,
have
that's
you.
the whole problem.
The big question.
How many people have LEDs sitting around compared to an old battery and a few wires, you know, which is pretty basic.
Now, I'm just thinking, I hope I don't have my wires reversed. I have the 2 outside ones connected
On
to
the
the
positive.
negative.
Well, they should be on the positive.
No,
Positive.
it's the outside ones are the positive, and
Hang on,
the
yeah.
copper, the
Okay.
nano copper is the negative.
You see?
Pardon
Something's
me?
going on in there, but I know Mr. Keshe said you can reverse the wires when something doesn't, let me see. I have the 2 outside ones connected to the positive, wrong?
No, that's correct.
Okay,
middle,
that's the
the
way it
middle
is.
one should be the negative.
Wait a minute. The
The-
positive side is where the little tit sticks
tit,
out,
yeah.
correct?
That's
Exactly.
right. Mm-hmm.
And that's where I have the 2 outside ones connected.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Because I changed batteries and I wiggled the thing, and then it was fairly simple. It's all very simple. I took a picture. You can see the little tools that you'll need, you know, your electrical tape, the used battery, the wire strippers, some wire, a torch, and you're good to go. Now, what about the question that was brought up about Mr. Keshe not wearing gloves with nano coating?
Yeah, forget about that in an emergency.
Well,
Exactly. Most people are not going to have gloves or have an access to gloves for a bit. Would you wait and stop just because you didn't have a glove?
That's right. And if you happen to read some of the latest science on copper oxide nanoparticles, how they can actually be beneficial inside of the body rather than detriment. You're known to have anti-cancer tendencies, properties now. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's always been a precaution that Mr. Keshe has said that, but
Mr. Keshe did say not to handle it because the particles are so small they can go right through the skin.
yes, hopefully they will, and then go to our organs where they can do some good.
Right, and that was in earlier times where he had maybe to use some formality or some other sort of speech.
Well, it's still not a good idea to just be handling nanoparticles and having them go through your skin and so on without knowing exactly what you're doing with it. Accidentally having that happen may have bad repercussions at certain times. If you're doing it every day, for example, say you start production, you want to help all your friends, and you're doing that every day, and especially if there's any caustic at all left on the nano coating, which is often the case if you don't wash it and wash it and wash it, then that, especially the caustic, that can get in through your skin very easily and can do nerve damage and that sort of thing. So
I'm sure I thought about that too. I'm sure he pre-thought that because people were going to ask these questions. And if he's giving a gift to a nation, if it was called for, he would have had the gloves on, I think.
Yep. I mean, even handling copper, for example, many people are allergic to copper, like myself. If I just handle plain copper, my hands will break out. So I I can do it for a limited period of time, but if I start bending copper wire for jewelry work or something like that, then my hands will actually break out from it quite seriously. So I just try to keep away from any metals. Many metals are actually quite poisonous. As we know, lead and aluminum and other things are actually poisonous, and most metals are. Comes right down to it. But
So
we're used to dealing with nickel, for example, made out of nickel is actually poisonous. So there you go. We have our coins that we pass around are poisonous.
So I just wanted to see if I could do it real quick and like practice. And
yeah,
you said you could keep it for, I mean, I'm not going to keep this, but you could have it ready to go.
and
Right.
if you were, yeah,
Right.
and
Yep.
if you needed to make another one for somebody else, you could probably whip it together in, like 15 or 20 minutes or something. Now that you've done it, do it once or twice, you get the hang of it. It goes very simple, and you can be there to possibly even save a life at the right time and place.
And didn't he say any virus?
Well, this is the other idea with it, that there is that possibility, or that extension from this, that if this is good for the new coronavirus and perhaps other coronaviruses, and for, like SARS or MEMS or other types of flu virus. I understand. I think that the statistics are something like, I think it's like 60,000 people died in the U.S. alone last year due to flu. So it's a big issue with people. That's why, hence all the flu shots that people are getting and are heavily promoted in many countries, most countries now, I'd say.
I think the Spanish flu was 100 million people when the population worldwide or something, when the population was much smaller.
Yeah, so it could actually save a life. That's the thing about it, and it's a great experiment that if people report back that they or their relatives or their animals have recovered in a nice kind of way, that would be quite interesting, I would think.
And one of the things he said is you got to twist the wire. And I was wondering, is he twisting it clockwise, counterclockwise, or it doesn't matter? That tightness of that wire. He likes to use those Brillo pads and that kind of thing, and the stranded, apparently. I don't know if it's for surface area or what the reason is.
That's a big consideration. You get a really good surface area with that stranded wire. And I think also just the fact that it's in a coil is sort of an amplification factor. It's similar to the maggrav coils, or any coil of wire will tend to magnify or amplify the fields that are in that coil. So it's a resonating kind of effect. He did say make the coils really tight, I remember, for the nano-coated coils. And then he expanded them out after he'd made them tight and put them close together to make the coil you see there in the center against the zinc plate there.
It's not against it. He said nothing should touch.
And sorry, I meant against it visually. You can see it.
It does look that way, yes.
But you're absolutely right. They shouldn't be touching. None of these elements should be touching, other than the wires connected to the bar that goes across, and it touches onto that nano-coated coil that hangs in the middle. But the three elements, the nano-coated coil, the regular copper coil, and the zinc plate should not be touching each other directly. That's
And nothing was nano-coated other than the coil in the center.
yeah, that's interesting too.
Not the hanger, not the wires,
Mm-hmm.
nothing else.
Because
When
you
you
have
get-
the other. Go ahead, John.
When you got two wires stranded one with the other, you most likely, in the contact between the two wires, you might have a different nano effect just in between them. That'll help accelerate the process.
Just between the twisted copper wires, you mean like the blue and the
Yeah.
brown one when they're twisted together or something?
Yes,
Well, there will-
exactly.
There will always be a bit of interaction at the surface, yeah, where they interact. It'll have a bit of that oxidation
And then when we talk about clockwise or anti-clockwise, I always insist, why don't we talk about left-handed and right-handed screw? Because we always mix up the way we talk about the wise.
yeah, we should have had a standard on that. I don't think it's critical in this application, but
No, exactly. Yeah.
Dan, you had something you wanted to bring up there?
Only the thank you for yesterday for clarification. This wire where it's hanging the coil nano coating, it's the copper. Ask Caroline.
Yeah,
This,
yeah.
Because the influence of material is behavior like how to say filter, no, bring in other fields if it's iron or zinc or another thing.
Mm-hmm.
For this reason, it's copper with copper.
Yeah,
Everything.
it looks silvery on the top there, like it might have been nano coated or been like a coat hanger. It looked like a coat hanger for a minute there, but Carolina says she saw the process and it was an actual hard copper wire that was bent to that shape.
Can I jump in?
Always, Gerard.
Let Dan finish first if he's
Jumping
not finished.
Jehoshaphat.
I finish, always I finish.
All right, thank you, Dan.
Dan always there. I have work, you know. That's why sometimes I'm job because I don't have time.
Oh, but Dan's on the job a lot of the time too. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Joe.
Why he choose the copper plate? You need to ask yourself. The virus attach itself in the lung, in the red tissue of the lung. And we know the copper is for the red tissue. Do you understand?
For physicality.
Yes. In the
Muscles?
yes. In the red tissue. Mr. Cash, do not do something just for doing. He knows what he's doing. Secondly, if you know how he winded the wire anti-clockwise, both of them, what does that mean? You need to look carefully what he's doing.
Well, I held the pencil the same way he did and wrapped the wire in the same way. I watched the video before I did it again.
I always insist that's a left-handed screw. And he's also left-handed. So am I.
It's how he's making his natural way, because you don't thinking, you making the things. I am the handyman. I work a lot with the left hand. I learn in using also the right hand, but it's natural how he's making Alex also, Dr. Gatwa also. It's how it's making natural way, but it's looking closer how it's turning. In this case, I don't know it's important or not because it's contact copper with copper. It's comporting like a coil, double coil, spiral coil, like a helix in one take physicality, and also like a condenser, condensator, capacitor in the physicality. But I know it's more important to understanding why.
You
The
see,
way he's winding it there is clockwise, isn't it?
no, from down
Watch.
to top.
Right, it's going the same direction the clock moves.
It all depends which direction you're looking
Okay.
at his hands
Look,
from.
look to
Okay.
his hand. Look to his hand.
Well,
It's a left-handed screw.
Yeah, you have to say left-hand or right-hand, because if you say clockwise, if you're looking at the clock from this point of view, from the left side of the screen to the right, like inward, that you can see his hands go.
I'm looking at his winding hand.
Yes, if you look at the winding hand, then it's going in a clockwise direction from the pointy part of the pencil point of view, right? But from his other hand point of view, it's going in a
Yes.
counterclockwise direction.
From where it initially goes.
Yes, you
Now-
could say it that way.
Does he turn it upside down? Would that make any difference?
No.
No, he couldn't.
Always, yes, depending how it's hanging, how
Yeah.
it's.
No,
It looks-
it's always left-handed screw.
Always,
It'll-
always left-handed screw.
It'll always be the same that way, but it might make a difference in the way, the direction of the plasma and the wire or something like that. But it won't make a difference in the way the screw goes. Yeah. So yeah, here we go again with the big debate about clockwise, counterclockwise.
So if I show my neighbor that my teacher gave this gift, you see with the glass and the wires coming out of it to the nation of China, with no knowledge, what would they think?
He would think it's some sort of device which would explode or something like that, probably. Not something that you would drink the water from. That would probably be the last
We're a
thing
bunch
that
of
would come
loonies.
to their minds. It looks like something you probably wouldn't be able to put on the seat in your airplane with you. They might think that would be a bit strange.
And he did say from this day forward, mankind is going to understand viruses, right?
Mm-hmm. So I think that the writing on this is not correct. I'm pretty sure he said 150 grams, not 50 grams as they indicate here. Maybe we can listen to it and try to decipher it here.
One knife needs water. This water, you take your tap water and you add salt to it, cooking salt. You add about 15% for 1 liter, 150 grams is good. And you stir it till it's fully done.
15%.
And he said 150 grams, right?
Correct.
So
That's
100
5.
was a little bit under his breath, kind of, but that's the way he
It's
says it.
550 for every 50 in the 1,000 is the 5%. So he tripled that. It's 15%, 150 grams.
Which is a pretty high percentage, but for emergency situations like
Mhm.
this, then that's what's required. So normally we run what 3 to 5%. Most people in the GANS kit.
Yeah.
In the GANS kit of foundation, it's 9 or 10%.
Is that what
Because
the KF Wikipedia says? Is that what
Yes, yes.
Yeah, if you want to get it moving and it's not moving, you add more salt.
Mhm.
I just measured 1 tablespoon of salt. It weighs around 20 to 25 grams. And he put
You haven't got a liter of water there either.
Now,
Yeah,
I went on the internet and it said that 1 tablespoon equals 9 grams of salt.
no.
Okay, then whatever I went on gave me the wrong information. Thank you.
in any case, he wasn't demonstrating how much salt to put in. It was kind of just as an example. I think it was already supposed to have salt in the water or something, and he was just throwing some salt in to sort of demonstrate, I think, because it wouldn't have been enough. Well, he had the whole cup of salt there, but maybe that was 150 grams, but he didn't put the whole thing in, right? I don't think so.
About 15%
Right.
for 1 liter, 150 grams is good. And you stir it till it's fully done.
He says,
One.
he says 150, not 150.
He said what again, John? 150, right?
150. He didn't mention 150.
Well, 150 is 100 and
Same thing.
150.
Yeah, it's the same thing, but I mean, he didn't say 1. He said
I see.
150.
Yeah, sort of under his breath. So, but we know how he talks, so we know he said he means 150, not 50. So,
You
yeah.
can increase the image. Sorry, you can increase the image. You see the gradation of this cup in blue for seeing what capacity have. This glass have I don't know 3 milliliters or no 300 milliliters, 200.
Yeah, that's
something.
under half a liter, most
Yes.
surely.
It's important the percentage.
Is it important? You would say just experiment.
Yes, but when you use it a little bit of current, you the balance between alkaline and acidic is changed. No, increase or decrease with putting the salt, more salt or less salt. This balance between two, magnetic and gravitational, like I say, it's when you use it, the current, no, the hydrogen, the field of electron flowing to battery, it's not critical. It's important to see what's happened, more acidic or more alkaline. The difference between electrolysis and making the GANs. I put this question specifically 1 year ago or 2 years ago in 215 or something like that. Foresee the difference when you put in the current, when you put in more salt, what's happened. It's very, very nice.
Yeah, you can create all kinds of other byproducts that you may not want to be drinking. In that case, if with too much current or too much voltage or too much salt or too much stuff in the air that you don't want to also have in your box, I suppose.
I know it for sure because explain Mr. Keshe, when you use high voltage, no, you breaking more faster the atoms from the matter, and it's passing through the nanocotex state more quickly. It's I don't know, 2 months ago, more or less, explained this in one of the lesson in the because when John from Arizona, no, using the high voltage sometimes, is making this question: what's happened when you have increased the voltage? And in so many, I don't know, factory or when it's using in industrial way, making the GANs, saying we utilize also the current, and I see in the screen the power supply with the voltage and amperage. Depend what quantity, what you have, the quantity of water or gas. It's the difference when you using in parallel, you have two reactors. One is in parallel with the other, is like a one cell, one battery feeding to reactors. When it's making in the series way, it's drawing one to the others. It's, I don't know how to say, it's more current or more tension, amperage, voltage.
Potential voltage.
Yes, it's I see many times in the workshop of Mr. Keshe when he explain with these 254 cups, liter cups, is how he's making the connection. You making in a parallel or in series, depend what voltage, amperage you need, but not amperage in a physical way. I put this question: why using 1 volt closer, 1 volt, 1 volt, and not 9 volt or 20 volt or battery from the car?
So you got an answer to that, correct? That it's not the correct way to do it, that you'll get other byproducts and things that are
Yes.
not useful.
Yes, it's many answering in this workshop. It's better when I search where it's respond in certain way, like Fernando making this indexing and Waldo making the indexing. You have the question or problem or answer. It's putting the link and the time lapse of this. It's more easy for searching.
Can I add something in here? That's my understanding as well. And I always use less than 1.5 volts or less, actually less than 1 volt. But Alex, last week, I tried to make some of the GANS material. It didn't come out. I had some problems. So I still have to figure out how to tweak that. It didn't work out. But he said to put it at 12 volts, which I found interesting. And what I found when I was making the CO2 GANs, at first, when I put it up to more than, I think maybe 8, 10 volts, 12 volts, just experimenting 5 years ago, I was doing this, right? I got this creamy GANS material that looked like CO2, but it's much creamier. And in the Chinese workshop, a guy used high voltage and Mr. Keshe said, you're getting zinc GANs. So that's why I asked Alex about it last week. I thought, well, so you're not getting CO2, you're gonna get the zinc GANs, which for the food GANs, I guess it's irrelevant, doesn't really matter. But that's a really interesting question that, the voltage thing, why Alex, of course, there's a difference in the character of the voltage of the energy when you're using a solar panel, you're going through the whatever capacitors, plasma capacitors, as opposed to me using my DC power supply here that's plugged into the grid, that's starting out as AC and getting converted and all that. So there's that as well. There's different characters. What I got was, I'm not sure what it is. And had some really strange thing happen. My zinc plate kept melting at the water line, dropping off into the container. I don't know what's going on with that. I have to find a tweaking with it. So I need another week to experiment with that, try to do that. But Alex said 12 volts.
Well, Alex is not Mr. Keshe. I don't think Mr. Keshe would recommend 12 volts. I don't think we should put out to the public that it's recommended to use 12 volts. Mr. Keshe has been very specific many times telling us not to use high voltages, and he very specifically said if you need to do this process in a really fast manner, it's already going to be fast because of the salt content and the way it's hooked up and everything else. But if you have to do it even faster, to use a dead battery, what do you say, a battery that has no life in it or something like that?
Yeah.
She's pretty
Well-
specific, and I don't think we need to tempt
that.
people to be using high voltage and that kind of thing. That's Alex's thing. He made a whole bunch of different products. I don't think he knows what all those products are and what they could do with to maybe he drinks that water. I don't know if he does or not. So
Well, I'm afraid to drink the water that I've got. I'm afraid to drink it. I mean, I got this, it literally, I guess it melted the, but I used orange. I couldn't find bananas for some strange reason. Everybody was out of bananas. It took me all week to nano coat the copper. And then yesterday I got it set up and there was no bananas. I was like, okay. So I got orange. I'm not sure. And I think I had pretty high.
Wait a minute. You're not talking about the
SARS thing, no.
You're not talking about what Mr. Keshe is doing at all. You're talking about something else, right?
Gas, yeah. But I was just saying that Alex has used that. But I do want to add something about this this coronavirus. When I watched that workshop, it was not Thursday. I had to work Thursday. I watched it on Friday. And I saw, and I didn't know, I wasn't watching the news. It was after that, I got a lot of people sending me messages on WeChat because there's some of that coronavirus in Thailand. And there was a really huge, terrible pollution problem here. But the symptoms that I read of that coronavirus, I've had for years. And in fact, 6 months ago, when I went to China, I had to do a physical for the work permits. And I was fine, except that they said I had these striations on my lungs, which is exactly what you get there. And I have that near pneumonia. When I would come back from China, I mean, I'm just assuming I smoke cigarettes and I come from this terrible polluted thing and I can hardly breathe. And I used to go to the pharmacy and get medicine to clear up my lungs, right? But after a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I started just taking some CO2 GANs water and zinc water and wetting a towel and draping it over my nose and mouth and breathing through that for 10 minutes or so, maybe do that a couple times a day and I'd be okay. And I've been doing that for years until I watched the last workshop, and it was the putting the CUO in. See, to me, the lungs are the emotional part. So it shouldn't have the physicality. So I didn't really put CUO. I was always wondering that, well, no, I don't want to fool around with that. I know the CO2 and CUO can do me no harm. So I've been doing that for years. Thursday, I guess it was Friday, when I saw the workshop to put some CUO in it. I did that. And I took the towel and I just put the CO2 and the zinc, and I added some CUO. And when I just laid down and laid that over my face, and I could feel the energy draining from my body. I mean, it was instant, and it was pouring out of me. I could feel it. It was coming not from my lungs only, from my ears and my sinuses, my eyes puffed out. And I was like, wow, man. And I laid there and I got some of those masks, the breathing masks, and I soaked that in the water. I just sprayed it with the water, and I wore that all the rest of the day. And for the next 3 or 4 days, I had really bad 3 or 4 days, coughing and laying there. I could hardly breathe, and I was just coughed up gallons of whatever. And I'm still smoking, but yeah, it cut down a little bit. The pollution was worse in Shanghai here. Now it's not as bad. So I was just writing it off as that. Maybe I caught one of those other viruses years ago when I went to China. I don't know. But what I added the CUO, and now today, after almost a week of coughing and using that CO2 and zinc and CUO, today, for the first time, I can breathe. It's like, I don't really know. I think there's cases of the coronavirus in Thailand, and there's a huge amount of Chinese tourists. But what I have, whatever I got, it was not from this coronavirus. I've had it for years. Maybe it's one of the other viruses. I don't know. And I was just keeping it at bay with the CO2 water. But whatever it is, adding the CUO, I don't understand why that would work, because the
Again, we have to be careful here, Mario, because you're not using the process that Mr. Keshe recommended. You're
What is it?
adding the CuO to your existing CO2 and you know,
Zinc. I'm not making the GANs together.
Yes, and he specifically said it'll have a different effect if you're mixing the ganses, or it's a different process, different effect. Because that question got asked in the workshop. I think was it Dan that asked it, or somebody else that?
Yeah, yeah. So this is this method would probably cure me totally. But I mean, I'm just saying, when I added the CuO, it really made a huge difference. And I don't know why the CuO would affect the lungs.
Well, there are scientific tests that have been done with CuO, but in the nanomaterial, like individual CuO particles, basically, just recently. And they determined that these particles were anti-cancer. They actually fight cancer tumors and are not toxic to the regular body cells. So they were going to use the particles to deliver a drug to the tumors, but they determined that the actual delivery system, the copper oxide, worked as well or better than the drugs they're trying to deliver on the particle. So I thought that was quite interesting. But then what we call CuO, the green stuff or whatever, is not the same as what they're talking about, the CuO in that experiment, which is like the black nanoparticle, basically. So there's a big difference there. But whether this addition of the copper, I'm quite leery of that, because I've always believed the copper is not something you want to take into the body.
That's why I didn't use it.
On the other hand, Mr. Keshe did mention something about the latest tests. He said one line in the workshop, something about the latest tests indicate that the GANs is not poisonous, I believe is the word.
Not toxic, not toxic.
No, not poisonous was the word he used, not toxic, not poisonous. So what he probably meant was non-toxic, but that's the specific word that he used.
He covered that in the 6th or 7th Knowledge Seekers workshop, or right there in that area where he said in the GAN state, it's not toxic.
Well, there's also the thing where your body will only take, unless you force the condition, your body will only take what it needs and not reject what it doesn't need. So, but I mean, the idea that the copper affects the lungs, for me, is interesting, because the lungs are basically emotions. It should be just the zinc and the CO2. But
well, aren't the lungs, they have a structure too, though? They have blood flow in them. They've got that red matter that was talked about, as far as having that copper connection to the muscles that expand and contract the lungs must be close to the walls as well.
Can I add something
else?
Sorry,
I just could I say something
else?
Could I say something to Mario? Just Rick, for 1 second.
Sure.
And it made me think of Mario when Mr. Keshe said it. Mr. Keshe's some words to this effect: all the strings in the universe are connected. It all depends which one you tap. And it made me think of Mario.
Can I add something here as well in the discussion?
Yes, Neil. Go ahead, Neil.
From my understanding, the copper plasma water is a good antibiotic. They did some tests, I believe, in Japan way back. Dr. Cornelius would often use it as an antibacterial mouthwash, and he would also swallow that sometimes. I don't put that out because antibacterials like colloidal silver and copper that while they won't harm us, they will harm our gut bacteria. So you'll need to take a probiotic afterwards. But as a mouthwash, removing dental caries and things like that, and obviously it has an effect on viruses. So viruses and bacteria in the lungs, pneumonia, for example, pneumococcus, which is a bacteria. The copper and the colloidal silver, or the silver GANs, works very well as an antibiotic. And I can see that the field strengths obviously are having a work with certain viruses. I've experienced that myself, that the zinc will nail the common cold with some CO2. Of course, it always has CO2 in it. With the lungs, it's primarily the tissue is a very thin tissue. It's a sac which fills up with air. The muscles in the diaphragm are just below that. They're red tissue, which, you know, that if you have pleurisy or something like that, again, the copper would help in repairing the muscles in that section below that's pulling the lungs open and closed.
Could someone allow Stephen in the as a panelist, please?
Oh, they did.
I have
Thank you.
already, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
ages ago.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Now Jedi has appeared.
We'll
though.
bring Jedi in, yeah.
What I
Look,
wanted to add is we're talking about the emotional part in the lungs. And I remember Mr. Keshe saying when you breathe, you absorb the emotional part in your neck. And I've changed my way of breathing. I practically don't breathe a thing. I just have a small intake of air, and I find I absorb the energy in my neck. And he said also, breathe with your stomach, don't breathe with your lungs.
But when you're breathing, aren't you breathing in a lot of mold spores, pollens, bacterias as well? Maybe that's where the CUO
I'm breathing very little.
linked.
I'm intaking very little air. Even when I'm walking uphill, I used to get pretty tired beforehand, and now I find I'm practically not breathing at all. And here in front of the computer, I find myself not breathing at all in certain moments.
I just thought,
if you're a swimmer, you should try going underwater, where you can extend your time underwater without needing to breathe too.
That's what I used to do 60 years ago. I used to do a lot of underwater swimming, and I have a very big lung capacity. I've never smoked. I never drunk alcohol. So, but I haven't been very, let's put it. I used to do a lot of sports at school, but then hadn't any time to do any sports. But right now, I find I breathe very, very little. After Mr. Keshe gave us this explanation of you absorb the energy in your neck on the emotional side.
well, what I was just working on was that Mr. Keshe said the reason we like hot drinks, we think we like the hot drinks, but it's because it makes you breathe harder, which you get more energy because you're bringing in more oxygen and you're getting addicted to the oxygen or something. But it's the hot drink you're going for, but that's giving you the energy because it's hot. You're breathing to cool your mouth or breathing deeper.
Well, I don't drink my drinks very hot. I drink mate continually, but my daughter drinks it actually hot, and I can't drink it that hot. I just have it halfway.
I just offered that as an aside, that's all.
Yeah, no, I've been analyzing this quite a while now, and I find, especially when I'm going uphill, I used to breathe heavily, and now I don't need to breathe heavily uphill. Here in the zone I live, we got a lot of streets, and in 5 kilometers we've got over a 200-meter difference, and you go up and down continually. It's pretty interesting. It's worthwhile analyzing. I've been doing this for ages now.
I think prior you were talking about voltages. Somebody was talking about voltages that you with
Yes,
regard to this
voltage.
experiment.
Yeah.
Yes, Rick was, and the others.
And so there's the way I look at it, there's 3 conditions for the GANs. There's the plasma. There's what I would call the dielectric condition, where you suck all the voltages out using an LED or a resistor. And then this one, where you're adding a positive voltage like a DC from a battery. It seems like my results, anything above 1.5 volts and 0.1 amp would always produce a lot. And so this is kind of, he said use almost a discharged battery, which I'm assuming it's 1 volt, 1.5 volt. And
yeah, the discharge battery is normally 0.8 to 1 volt. Never go over 1.2.
So it produced the copper oxide, which is linked to the muscle of the human, which the lungs are muscle. And so the zinc is the emotional package that you're trying to add to that spectrum. So the copper oxide and the zinc oxide, those two are more, allow the energy packet from the virus to be equalized or brought towards the GANs that you're consuming. And it would be nice to see what the gal plate looked like after, if any of the plates broke down or anything like that. But there's always copper oxide in all the GANs that we made, because we use the nano copper plate, or we use the nano, in this instance, the nano wire. So it just depends on how much energy you add to it or take away from it. So he seems to be using about a 1.5 volt battery. The amperage could be 0.001, but it's a slow process, and it produced quite a bit of GANs.
Yeah, it wouldn't be 1.5 volts. I mean, it's a 1.5 volt battery when it's new, but if it's a very old battery, it might be like 0.5 or 0.8 or something like that, maybe.
Right. So in the conditions, anything above 0, I consider a positive GANs making process, and then the negative one I look at below 0 is when you're discharging, like using an LED or a computer fan or something to absorb or dissipate those sinusoidal 1.7 millivolt surges that the copper oxide or the nano material produces through the transition or transaction, he calls it.
The thing is, you're not absorbing the energy with a lead. You only have a high resistance, not for the process not to be very fast. Slow it down. You got a high resistance.
Right. Yeah, and
Right.
so in this condition, he's trying to make it quickly, so he's using a positive source.
Yeah, that's why you're
Right.
using a battery.
But not too positive.
Right.
Exactly.
So if you turn up a power supply to about 7 volts.
No, that's too high. Don't go over 1.2 normally.
Well,
you start bubbling the water.
Well, everybody has different results, and so I can go above 1.7 volts, and it doesn't change, but it produces a lot of nanomaterial on the nanoplate, and quite a bit of whatever your opposite plate would be, whether it's a zinc or it's a gal plate to make a CH3 or something. That plate starts to erode on the matter state, but it produces on the other side.
That's
Well, that's
why
the
you're
whole
not working in
problem.
a GAN state, you're working
And
in a
then-
matter state.
Then you start interactions with different kinds of matters and different chemical combinations, and all of a sudden you might have 100 different chemical combinations in there instead of the 3 or 4 or whatever that are required. So it becomes a sort of a Wild West crapshoot when the voltage goes up, because you don't really know what you create. You'd have to do some really exhaustive testing on the materials to find out if any poisonous things were created and so on and so forth.
Well, I was just trying to reference the different conditions for production, like so positive, discharge, and then plasma, which we don't really get into. But if you had like your own magrav that was attached to it and you were trying to create the nano energy in the GANs, then you could use that. And then there's the what I would consider the zero boost by Mark House, where you put nothing except for everything around it, and it's just a container of water, and the GANs manifests in the water without any electrode or anything inside of it. I like that.
Right. Generally, that's the best procedure.
That's the safest because it has no, it's distilled water. It's just distilled water, and it manifests in the distilled water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you can, so for people who have money, you can use food grade like zinc, and you can use food grade whatever product to try to minimize your exposure to anything. So it's like in your kitchen, like he was saying, you know, if you treat it like it's your kitchen, you're only going to want to use food safe ingredients and do the best you can with that. And
yeah, that's the qualification, is the best you can under the circumstances. So if you're, for example, in China, you might not have the best food grade things, and you may not have the money or whatever, but maybe you got a chunk of wire around and pieces.
That alkaline battery is
lots of dead batteries, I'm sure.
Right. You take it apart and because the case is zinc, but you have to really clean it up really good and get the black compound off of it.
That's right.
And then there's the solid carbon rod, which is a good little experiment. If you take that battery apart and you take the two pieces, the carbon rod and the zinc case, and you use the zinc case as your zinc plate, and you use the carbon rod as your nano plate, and hook a wire to it, you will create CO2 in a little container just with those two items.
But it's more in a matter state.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, if I can jump in again as well, Neil here again. The whole point of these GANs production kits that Mr. Keshe is telling us is replication of what happens in nature, and for example, in a leaf. We're working all the time in the millivolt range and the milliamp range. When you go above that into the voltage range, you're working in electrolysis, you're working in the matter state, you're getting all sorts of other things happen. And the carbon rod is not replicating what happens in nature. So you're working with electrolysis, and you're making zinc oxide primarily. It may have a tiny bit of GANs in there, so it'll have a tiny bit of field. But my experience is that the carbon rod method, as Mr. Keshe says, is not to be used unless you want to make a whole lot of zinc oxide to use in paints.
Right. No, it was just an experiment just to see what would happen, whether it was a chemical reaction or something different. And it does produce a lot of amino acid. I got like, it almost looks like it started to turn into like vegetable oil almost on top. It was really interesting because the carbon and the zinc, those two together produced a lot of amino acid in a small container. I was just amazed.
Yeah, but you got some acid from the battery also inside the carbon, and that produces a mixture of acids and your salt water.
Well, you try to polish the carbon rod as much to get any type of resistance. If you take the carbon rod down like a
very porous.
Yes,
carbon is very porous, and you got the acid inside.
No, I understand. I understand. You try to wash it the best you can, get it as clean, obviously as clean as, if you're going to use the battery to make that what experiment in front of you, then you want to get everything as, I mean, boil it for a week if you have to get whatever it's out of it. But those
No, you
components.
can only do it by heating it over 400 degrees. It's the way you can recuperate carbon, the carbon you use in filters.
Okay, well, there's that butane torch right there. That'll take care of that.
No, but you burn, you can't put it over 400 because it's, you ignite the carbon also.
Okay.
It's charcoal in the end. And you talked about food grade metals. I mean, what are food grade metals? What we buy at the supermarket nowadays, supposedly it's food grade, but it's crap. That food is not nourishing. You don't nourish yourself with foods bought at the supermarket. The only food that really nourishes you is your natural foods or veg you make in your garden.
Oh, I'm sorry.
without any
It's a slang term that you could use for, in the laboratory. You can use what's non-toxic, and and that's the difference. I'm just, when I say food grade, I mean something that would be laboratory grade at least, not just.
It's usually in purity. For example, you'll have 99.9% pure copper plate or copper wire. Generally, copper will be quite pure because it'll be an electrolysis operation that they get the copper from, usually from scrap copper and other stuff like that. Same with zinc, it can be 99.8 or 98.9 or something in that range. Gold is the same way. They call it 3 nines fine or 4 nines fine, which is 99.99% as opposed to 99.9%. It's just another percentage and another quality of having no other metals or elements involved in it.
So if you break it down, and even the distilled water can be triple distilled, if that makes a difference.
Right, yeah. And so again, it's all depends on what you're doing with it. If you're working in a lab and you want to have reproducible results in very specific range of some particular experiment, then that can be fine. For what Mr. Keshe is showing in this video, there's you know, a pretty big range for variation, but the effect will be generally the same. And at the same time, you know, he has this specific combination and is not recommending like combining ganses in this case, but actually producing them all together in at one go, which is quite interesting in many ways.
Do you know if anyone asked him if, to get the most salt out of it, if you dried it, could you use that? If you add it back to water, would that have the same? Did anyone ask if that would have the same effect?
Yeah, it doesn't work to do that for health purposes. So it's not good to dry out the GANs and then put it in a blender and with some water and try to rejuvenate it. Doesn't work properly because it won't break up the chunks into their native state where they had lots of elbow room and were free and happy before they got dried up. That's one of the problems with the testing of GANs. What do? They take this beautiful GANs that's suspended in the water and very happy. The way, you know, you look at it, it's like this magical substance that's, you know, like a sort of a cloud in the water. And then they dry it out and then they crush the heck out of it. And then they put it in the testing machines in order to find out what it's, you know, find out some of the scientific tests on on the phase angle and everything else, and to find out what substance it's made out of. But to me, you're taking the beautiful GANs, it's already in its freedom state, and crushing it, mixing it up with other ganses and ruining that beautiful crystal structure to start with, and basically making it into a whole other substance that may or may not be related to the original GANs, and certainly would have different energy structure to it.
So that leads into the last knowledge seeker's teaching about the 211th mark, where he draws on the whiteboard how he kind of formulates it now. He's formulating it for us, where he'd say gravitational plus magnetical would be the plasma state, and inertia and gravitational magnetical is the transitional state, and then inertia is the matter state. And he really kind of summarizes it into those three conditions in that in the last knowledge seekers workshop. And right after he talked about Iran, he went into the whiteboard and shows us how the talking about the coronavirus and everything, and how it can be neutralized, or how it could be the energy, how it could be turned back into just amino acid instead of a virus energy packet. I thought that was pretty interesting. If that kind of flows with the conversation.
This is a rise the other question. You remember when how the protocol with cleaning water, the contamination of water? It's using the copper GANs, no? And saying, let it settle down, don't touch the bottom part, only the in half from the top, 1/4 from the water. You have the field of copper, of GANs, of copper. Also, when you nano coating every GANs you made, you have nano coating. What nano coating? First, copper, right? The first nano coating you have nano coating 1 coil of copper with, in this case, zinc or iron galvanized, or is not important. You first putting the copper. You have this field behind the copper. Regarding the question, the fear of Mario, I don't drink this. I fear to drink this water. I'm drinking all kind of water. If you putting what it's need for purify this water, settle down, and you utilize the plasma water in top. In everything you have this copper present like a field. Regarding Rick, you remember the last time when I say what is the difference between CH3 making with 3 elements or only 2? It's the same thing here. We already making these things, this cup, in certain manner, because when it's breaking the nano coating in the copper, no, you have, if it is not breaking, it's one thing, but when it's breaking, you have the matter copper, you have nano coating of copper, and the zinc. It's the same question from last week, like understanding.
Still, it's a different situation because of the positioning of the electrodes here, where you have that center one is the ground, and the outsides are the positive, and they're both pulling sort of at the same time on the outsides, or pushing, you might say.
It's like a symmetric condenser. You have the other anode or cathode between, interface, like a filter.
Yeah, it kind of splits the fields, you might say, or it's like a filter. That nano-coated one in the middle doesn't allow the straight interaction as easily between the outer bright copper one, and the zinc, it has to go through that middle nano-coated, in a way, fields. So it's very specific fields that'll create something that's sort of in between, when, you know, it won't have that same strength of the copper as trying to make the copper with just the copper electrode and then the nano coated copper electrode. I think that'll be a different, probably a higher strength to make it without the zinc in there. And the zinc helps to moderate it a bit and balance it better.
One field bending the others, one contain the others, and create like a filter and draining this energy in certain level of strength.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the original 1 week ago, the original Knowledge Seekers Workshop was the blueprint for the coronavirus. He just said, take CO2 and actually the zinc GANs, and you have a little bit of CO2 in it, and the copper oxide GANs, and put them together and spray the masks and go to the hospitals and deal with people. So it works. And I've drank CUO water for years. I mean, I was living on the CO2, CH3, and CUO waters for years. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with drinking that water of those ganses. It's just that for me, I didn't realize putting the copper in for the lung would work. I didn't see a connection to it. I still don't really understand. I guess I realized that there's muscle tissue in there and that has to be dealt with. Maybe that's the main part of the problem or whatever. But this is a different method that shows.
Again, let me just say that as far as I know, the Keshe Foundation has never recommended that people drink the copper oxide GANS water on a daily basis. I don't think that's ever been recommended.
Well, Jackie was doing it. I got it from Jackie.
I believe that if you go into the Wikipedia and if you, came up with Carolina, and we asked, and in fact, it was in the last workshop just on Tuesday, whether about the copper and whether it was okay, and for daily, whether using what we see here, this cup of life, whether it was okay to drink that water every day. And it isn't. It's not designed for that. It's designed specifically for a certain condition, in this case with virus, flu conditions and so on. It's not, there's other GANS water that can be drank every day, but having the copper in it was not necessarily recommended for everyday use. Now, maybe that changed because it supposedly has passed tests of not being toxic, or what's called poisonous, not poisonous.
Yeah, but Mr. Kitts also said last week that you can drink the water of it. You spray your mask with it, put it on the mask. People walk around with those masks all day, and drink a little bit of it. It'll pass, as it passes through your digestive system, it goes past the lungs. It's instantaneous.
Yes, now this is a treatment. This is a medical treatment, basically.
That's right. That's right. I mean, I'm not saying do it every day. I did it every day for a long time, but I didn't want to use it in the lung thing. But I'm just saying, Mr. Keshe said you can drink a little bit of the water of it for treatment and it will work. So I'm just saying the first initial blueprint was to use those GANS materials, the waters from those GANS, and spray it in the mask and wear the mask all day with that. And drink a little bit of it as it passes through. It'll have the same effect. So, I mean, okay, I know, Rick, you want to be clear on that for disclaimers and all, but
yeah, I want to be very clear with it because it may not work out that it's a good thing to do, basically, and especially if people are using extra electricity and everything else, so you could actually create poisonous materials and be taking them in every day. And we don't want that to happen. And it's been a standard procedure, like the copper is used for certain instances was it 5 drops or something mixed in with other water, with distilled water or with the other plasma water, I think. Something like that. It was, I remember being one of the treatments or one of the ways you can use the copper. But generally, we've been keeping away from it in terms of daily use recommendations. So, but like I say, maybe that'll change. Maybe it's, maybe we're at a point where it's, you know, correct to use it even for daily use to a certain point. I don't know. We'll have to find out more about that.
Yeah. Well, this other thing is this idea of making 2 different ganses in the same container. The original GANS kits, the CO2 kits, they come with a 6-sided, it's a 6-sided octagon type of a, or I mean a hexagon type of a shape. Mr. Keshe said originally, because the idea is you could put a different material on each wall. And so you can be mixing the ganses. This is not really new. But this specific formula, I mean, Mr. Keshe is choosing this for this particular reason, but it's not really new information.
No, it's same old information. It's just this is for a specific field strength of virus. And Mr. Keshe creates specific field strengths for specific conditions. And then, you know, as knowledge seekers, we tend to apply it to everything or whatever. We think that it's not for a specific condition or whatever. But in any case, he's got this fine tune, the way I look at it. I mean, you talk about quite a bit, Mario, the tuning, right, of the between the interactions of the fields and this tuning of the field strength. And I think that's that's the beauty of this, is it can be done in one cup to tune it to produce the field strength that interacts with the virus in order to deplete the virus, but at the same time, it doesn't deplete the body. So that's the major trick. It's that Goldilocks zone in between of something that can interact with the virus without being too strong or too weak, that it will overcome the body or deplete the body. So
yeah, I think that's exactly what that is happening here, right? And like the way I did it, how much COO to how much zinc, and how much should I put some CO2 in there? And I'm just doing it, and it works. But you know, this is going to be much more effective because it'll balance itself and all the rest of that. So
yeah, right. There's probably a wide range of percentages or ratios that would be effective. And, you know, maybe even if you put poison into the whole thing, it might balance even that out with certain ganses anyway. So it's kind of, it's so many variables that it's kind of hard to nail down, and especially with the variances of just the atmosphere and conditions and temperatures and different types of wires and the amino acids in your fingers when you're handling these wires and twisting them up and so on. They're all in this cup, and the difference of batteries and different zincs, and you know, there's millions and millions of combinations available here.
I'll just say, like, after years of just using the CO2 and the zinc GANs, and actually helping me a lot. And possibly I've had that one of those viruses, maybe I had SARS or something and I didn't know it, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, smoking cigarettes and breathing Shanghai pollution, to me, was insufficient cause to have lung problems that I had. But I can tell you now, after a week or less than a week from the first day of just breathing what I had, and it's just an improvised thing, not really knowing, man, my lungs are better than they've been for years. So I will do this as well. But I'm just saying, you know, I think it works to some degree or another. You know, I don't think it can do harm if you do it the right way, of course. Yeah, like you were saying, like I made the zinc and the GANS materials the way it was prescribed. by Mr. Keshe, more or less. I used the low voltages. I did it that way. I didn't use experimental methods to get them. So I got the CuO and I got the CH3, I mean the CO2 and the zinc, more or less the same way that's prescribed. But just mixing up a cocktail, I tried different versions of it too. I tried putting more CuO and a little bit less in this one and whatever, and mixing the CO2 and the zinc. And, you know, actually it was the first day, the first time I put the towel over and I was like, oh my God, man, it was really something I could just feel. I could feel it really powerful. So, and I still, you know, I'm still smoking and I'm still breathing bad air. So I'm sure I need to reapply it. And this is for the virus, which I'm still not convinced that I actually had the virus itself. But I certainly had symptoms.
Some of those types of viruses can be latent for many years and just kind of sitting around, and they can sort of rear their ugly heads from time to time. But that's maybe it kicked something out that way, you know, like made a major field strength difference, and it said, "Hey, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I can't handle Mario in this state. I'm out of here." You know.
Yeah, well, the pollution here was just so bad and I couldn't breathe, you know, and it's usually not that bad in Bangkok. It's much worse in Shanghai, like I said. But I mean, I'm not sure I had the virus or maybe still have it. Maybe I need to do this to actually neutralize or whatever, you know, maybe I'll get it again. I still been using it. I'll still put a little bit of thing, put the mask on. But today I was like, wow, I don't need it. I feel pretty good, you know? After 4 or 5 days of coughing my lungs out, man. But anyway.
Interesting. You should maybe write that up, Mario, and put it in as a testimonial. So it might help others.
Maybe, except that what I did was an improvised version of this, which I was supposed to do probably. And I did a medical test 6 months ago. They didn't tell me I had any kind of virus or anything. There wasn't an outbreak at that time, so they probably weren't looking for it. They might have found it if I had the blood test or the check a week ago or a month ago. Maybe they would have. So I don't have any tests for it. You know what I mean? I don't really have anything to testify except I feel better. You know?
Well, that's the biggest factor, really.
No, that's true.
Comes right down to it in many ways. So that's the process that, you know, people are looking for, is to feel better, to feel good. And if we look at the roots of the word good, it comes from, the way I understand it, is the same word as God. And maybe that's when we feel good, is when we feel God within us. And that happens when, you know, systems are functioning at least at a sustaining level where we feel good. It's just a general kind of feeling. It's a funny thing about that, because we look at the idea of elevation, elevating our soul. What does that mean? And as part of that, feeling good. I mean, we feel good when we feel present and, you know, awake and aware and on top of things and so on. Just and without having to do anything, just being in that position, you can actually feel good. And so perhaps the GANs and other plasma waters is like a reminder to that we can be in that position of feeling good or feeling God in a way.
I just want to quickly mention, when we were talking about the position that's in front of us of the cup and why the zinc and he split the difference. If you expand that into a big tub and you had your copper plate on one side and your zinc plate on the other, and then you put a nano plate in the middle, what you'd have is you'd get copper oxide heavy on the copper one, and you'd get zinc oxide. So you'd actually have two Ganses that you've created in this big tub, where here he's doing it in a small area. So if you go to the picture where it shows after it's settled, you'll see how the blue is on the bottom and the white cloud is kind of on the top. he's created the spectrum equidistant from, because both the plates are equidistant from each other. So it's like not a 50-50 mix, but it created that's the recipe that creates what that is. So even though you can't really, if you let it set for a lot longer, you'd see where the white would come to the top and the blue would be heavier on their bottom. So when you look at his device, the plates are equal distance from that nano coil. And that's what produced the spectrum that deals heavy with the virus. Heavier, or it finds its condition between the two ganses in that combination, and it's ideal. So if you expanded that into a tub, and if you played with your plates, like if you had them equidistant and then you moved one closer to that, you'd get a different combination of ganses in this one tub. Instead of making copper oxide and zinc oxide in separate containers, he's doing it in one at the spectrum, the ideal spectrum to deal with virus, just by the equidistance that those plates are from each other, if you can kind of see that from his experiment, if put it into those kind of simple terms. Hope that will help some people.
It might be that, somebody could set up an experiment with that, with the plates in a longer sort of tub arrangement and varying the distance between the plates, like you mentioned, to see what kind of material would be created. I don't know if it could be tested exactly, but maybe it could with.
It's interesting. You can see the color variations. So, like when you make a CH3, it'll be heavier orange, almost red on one end, closer to the iron nail or such, and at the other end, it could be white or it might even be black, because depending on how you've made it. So there's some black ganses that come from CH3 that's really some interesting stuff. You got orange and almost yellow, and then it gradually, it's like a rainbow of colors as it gets towards one plate or the other. And it kind of lets you play around with the different spectrums by moving those positional plates closer or farther away from each other. And when you put one in the middle, like he's used a stranded wire coil and not a solid wire coil. And if you put like one of those copper scrubbers in between, that produces a different kind of, because it's kind of like the geometry is there, and then the distance, what we understand is there in the structure, because the plasma seeks to not be sp2 or sp3 or diamond structure, but it seeks to be more liquid in fact, a non-bound geometry, which we've never really seen before, because it's always changing in a way that you can't see it because it's too small. I hope that helps some people.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Anybody else have something they'd like to say at this point? Albo Scorpio mentions in the YouTube about the scientific literature cites the efficiency or efficacy of copper to kill or inactivate many different types of harmful bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Yep, copper, the bare metal, has recently, in the last few years, been declared by the U.S. FDA as a what they call a biocide or microcide, I think it's called, where it's actually able to kill practically any form of bacteria or fungi and viruses or inactivate them in like 98% within 2 to 3 hours, I think, is one of the tests I looked at. It's quite amazing. So you can use copper for walls of a hospital, and it would be way better than stainless steel, which harbors bacteria and doesn't kill them, allows them to exist for days at a time. So there's a move to replace the stainless steel doorknobs they have in hospitals now, because they used to have brass doorknobs which killed the germs. Now they have stainless doorknobs which do not kill the germs and allow superbugs to build up on them. Now it's time to turn back to either copper or brass doorknobs so that it's a self-regulating system, won't allow the buildup of the superbugs and harmful bacteria. Funny how the cycles go. We think it's shiny, therefore it must be clean, but stainless steel is not clean. The bugs hang out in all the micro crevices. But that's all on the matter level, just on the matter level. We tend to think of it on the nano or GAN state, and those effects can be multiplied many times over. What was that?
Would you expect amino acids to be formed here? Mr. Keshe didn't mention anything about it. Maybe it's not useful in this.
Well, he didn't mention it, but he did mention it in the previous workshop of the virus blueprint. Amino acids was at the top of his list. And then there was the, I think it was zinc oxide next, and then the CO2 GANs, or vice versa. Then the copper oxide, and those were the 4 main ingredients, secret ingredients.
CO2, a little bit of CO2.
Yeah, I mentioned CO2, but it was, what was the second one? So the first one was amino acid, then what then was CO2? Then
No, the
zinc, and then CO2.
No,
then
zinc, and then the copper, and then a little bit of CO2.
CO2 added at the end, number 4.
Yeah, there was, yeah, a little bit of CO2. Yeah, that's the way you put it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other way around there, but okay.
No, I think the zinc was more important. It's more important to get the zinc GANs. Or that's what he kept talking about, the zinc GANs for the emotion. And then he later, so he had the amino acid, and you had the zinc, and then you had the CuO, and then the CO2. Yeah, like that. So. Yeah, I watched that blueprint because I was using that. And somebody asked him about the percentages. And the explanation, he said, you need to understand, blah, blah, blah. For me, I got it that you need a gradient flow where you have less of the gas water than you have in your lungs, so you create a outgoing flow. That was my understanding of it, right? You need to have it feeding you need to have it going that way. You don't want to have so much that you're feeding it in. That was my understanding of it. Could be wrong. But that's why I thought just a few drops of it into the mask, a few drops of this, a few drops of that. My lungs have a lot more GANS material in them than that. So it should have an outflow. And I could feel it too, man. It was really, as soon as I put the CuO in, I never noticed that with the zinc or the CO2. I've been doing it for years, laying just a towel. I got it right there. I'm sitting here with the towel on my lap here. It's dry now, but I got a mask that I've been using. But I never felt that. But as soon as I put the CuO in there, it was like, wow. I mean, it was pretty interesting experience. But yeah, it was a little bit of zinc is what he kept talking about, the zinc GANs and the copper oxide, and then the CO2, and the amino acids. Without that, you have to have the amino acids. So anyway.
Okay, anybody else on that?
He also did say that this would get you to the point where the doctors could finish what you need. Finish the job, something along that line.
Well, I coughed up. I mean, I was sick for 3 days, 4 days, maybe. I mean, just today I'm feeling okay now. I lost my voice. I mean, I was coughing and headaches and all kinds of stuff. And I guess I coughed up years of whatever it is. But I mean, I was sick for 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 days. In fact, I took an aspirin,
So
which I
this
never
was,
do.
wait a minute, Mario. So you drank this concoction that you made up, and then you
No, I didn't drink it. I did drink. No, I don't think I drank it at all. Maybe no, I didn't drink it at all. I just put it on a mask and breathed it. Just wet the mask and breathed it. I might have put a drop of. Sometimes I drink a little bit of the CO2 water every once in a while, and the zinc water. And I might have. I don't think I did.
Were you starting to feel like you were getting sick? Is that why you did the putting it on the mask, or were?
No, I've been doing that for years. I've been doing that for years.
So you think the reaction you had was from putting it on the mask that you?
No, I think the reaction was when I added the CUO.
So you added the CUO to your mask directly, and then you got sick for 3 days.
Well, at first I had this feeling of the energy flowing out for 20 minutes or so. I don't know how long. Just like, wow, my eyes sort of puffed up and I felt
your eyes puffed up, and you got sick for 3 days from this spray. So I don't know if we should recommend people spray the CUO directly on the mask in that case, because
that's what Mr. Keshe said to do. That's what Mr. Keshe said to do. And I've been doing that for years. When I mean I got sick, I was sick. That's why I had been sick. I got really sick I could hardly breathe. And what I mean is when I got sick, I mean, once I did this, I started coughing like, and coughing up phlegm in like huge amounts. And I just laid there. I had a headache. I was sick for, but I've been using this for years. Just putting a little bit of wetting a towel. I mean, I had made some containers with it, separated and all that, and putting a plastic straw in and breathing it through that. And it was like, screw that. Just wet a towel, drop it over my face, and just breathe. I'm not drinking or eating the material. I'm just breathing through the wet cloth, just doing that. And it seemed to be fine. And it worked regularly for years. I mean, I was doing it in Shanghai when I was there, I mean, I'm doing it here. And then I start getting to where, wow, I'm really congested and I can hardly breathe. So I just dropped the on my face and I feel better. Yeah, but this time when I put the CUO in it, it was different. It was like instantly, I could just feel a draining of the energy. And then I started, I was still sick. And it wasn't that made me sick. It was because I was coughing and I just coughed up years of garbage in my lungs that had been there, and it took me 2 or 3 days. That's what the doctors, I took an aspirin because I had a headache, I was like, oh God, my sinuses started to clear up for the first time in years. I still got problems, but it's not, I mean, Mr. Keshe said to do that. He said to take the mask and spray it with this CO2 and zinc and and then put the mask on. That's what I did.
He said to take your separate ganses and spray them on the mask.
Yeah.
Or did he say to take this stuff from the plasma water from this 1 cup method and spray it on
this
the
didn't
mask?
come up until the other day. This was last Thursday. Last Thursday, he said, take your that's the blueprint. Take you take your zinc gans and copper oxide gans, use the water of that, and then put them into the mask and breathe it. Make sure you have the amino acids in there and a little bit of CO2 and breathe that.
You may have said that.
Can I jump in, please?
Jump in, please, Jalal.
What Mr. Cash said, you take 1 drop amino acid, you take zinc, you take 1 drop COO, and you can add a little bit of CO2. So that means 1 drop of the amino acid in, let's say 1 liter of water. So you need 1 drop amino acid, and this is what come from the zinc. So 1 amino acid zinc drop, 1 drop, 1 drop COO. You put zinc and a little bit CO2, and then from this mix, and you are using only waters. From this mixed, you can spray, you can put drops in your mouth, you can wash your head, you can wash everything, you can wash your clothes. It is like what you call it, cleaning agent. What you call it in this centralizing, or what is that?
Sanitizing.
Yeah. And what did you have, Mario? You remember Paul from Togo when he was practicing and processing a family with AIDS? He said, first when I apply to them these water gases, they become very, very, very sick for about 1 week or 10 days. And he said, I thought I quit, but I continued. And then after 1 week, 10 days, they become gradually better and increase in their condition. So
Yeah.
you have to drop on this
Yeah.
means, yeah.
Yeah, because the body needs to recuperate. It needs to
Yes.
regenerate. Like a baby needs to sleep a lot. That's what happened to me. I got really tired, man. I just lay there sleeping, and okay, luckily I had the time and I could do that. So 3 or 4 days. Today, literally, I woke up this morning. I was like, well, should I put the mask on? I was like, well, no, I haven't even done it today yet. I probably will do it a little later because I'm still smoking some cigarettes today. And I don't know what the pollution is like. And like, I haven't done this method, which is more, I'm sure, more effective than the way I've been doing it. But that's how Mr. Keshe said to do. And I mean, after years of just using the CO2 and the zinc and just using that, using the mask and breathing that for 10 minutes, you know, I've been using that for years. I think it's kept me alive because maybe I did catch SARS or something, you know. I mean, I was around, I was in China when that was happening then, you know, and who knows how long this coronavirus has been going, because I just got back a few months ago. Maybe it was around then, but I was sick before that. And when I say sick, I mean, my lungs are really bad shape. I mean, like I said, the only problem I had with the health checkup was I had these striations in my lungs. And she said to me, you have this thing. I said, well, I smoke cigarettes. She said, okay. Okay, I mean, I passed the test. They didn't, but if I'd have gotten it a week ago or 2 weeks ago, maybe they would have, you know, probably would have given me my work permit anyway. But the point is, yeah, I mean, I needed to heal. I think I took 3 or 4 days of coughing up all this crap, and you know, my body was really tired. I was like, just walk across the street and come back. I'm like, God, that's exhausting, you know. I'm pretty sure my body was healing, like Jalal just said. You know, that, I mean, I didn't mean to say that I got sick when I drank the stuff. I mean, I was sick before. That's the reason I didn't drink it. I mean, breathing it, you know. I think I did drop a drop of CuO and the zinc and the CO2 in my water, I think at one point, and drank it. I might have. I forgot. I've done that for years, so it's not a big deal for me. But no. I mean, my lungs are better today than they were yesterday. You know,
It's true. Sometimes we have, quite often, we have what can be called a healing reaction. You know, people that do intestinal cleansing might have that, where there's a temporary time where it's uncomfortable while things get stirred up and whatnot. And the body has to have its recovery time, like you were saying.
yeah, and I've been coughing a lot. I mean, in fact, I was on the gig with the singer, and she started now. She got sick, so I don't know what happened with that. I think it's like I said, so I've been coughing. I cough a lot all the time, and it got really bad. But once I did that with the man, it was like this constant, just lay there and a huge amounts. I mean, I don't want to get, it's kind of gross, but you know, 3 or 4 days of that, and then wow, I mean, I cleared my lungs out. For years I could not do that. You know, just the CO2 and zinc water, I wasn't able to do that. A couple of drops of the CuO in there, it was wow. You know, and like I said, I kept thinking I didn't want to use the CuO. I thought about it a lot, and I was like, maybe you should try that, but better not, you know, safe than sorry kind of thing. So I didn't until last Thursday. It was Friday for me. I watched that, I went, wow, okay. Couple of drops and a huge difference in the instantly too. I mean, as soon as I started to, you know, just breathe, I laid it on my face, and wow, man, it was very interesting experience.
So copper oxide is made using a nano copper and a plain copper, yes?
Correct.
So you're doing it right in this kit here, and he's telling you you can drink it, the top layer.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
better be making a lot of CuO here, because on this side of it, you got copper, nano copper.
Remember, CuO is an energy packet, though. That's why in this equidistant plates and everything, the combination produces. If you look at the color, you can see the blue-white at the bottom. It'll soon separate. It'll be white more to the top. And then between that and the top layer is the CO2, basically. And then you'll get the amino acid. The only thing that's missing here is if you had CH3 in it, the CH3 would be on the top. That's so if you had try to get more than this, but let's just stick with what we're looking at. The CO2 is that middle layer in there. So that's why I say when you expand, if you've done the experiment, you expand it to a bigger tub, you'll get blue, heavy blue on one side, really more of a chalky white towards the other side. And then in the middle, you'll get the CO2. So you get the gradients based on the position. And it's all in that glass. That's why I think people have to understand that when someone says you add a drop of CO2, these are master chefs that have created these GANs, I would say. They're not just your typical person throwing things together. These people have spent time creating these individual GANs where you take a drop of GANs. It's high quality concentrated GANs. But this one unit that's right in front of us has the whole spectrum in it.
No, it was a drop of GANs water, actually, not the GANs itself.
Well, whatever it was, that's what I meant.
But anyone can create it. If you just have to follow the formula that's available at the KF Wikipedia and standard procedure and all that sort of thing.
I ask? Sorry, can I ask? These two wires there, I can't see where they're connected to. It's to a depleted battery. Is that what he's got?
Yeah, that's the idea. It's
voltage, a 9-volt battery, 10-volt battery, or 12 volts. That's probably a little, whatever.
It's
kind of battery.
Like a
AA
type battery. Somewhere here, where do you have it?
Where he puts a tape on the remote control. Puts a tape on it right there. It's a AA.
He's showing the zinc there actually, but there's
that's a D battery.
That was a D cell.
To get the case.
If I use my power supply and I keep it at like 0.5 volts, it should be about right. Probably, you think? Does that sound about right?
Probably that's the right voltage. I don't know whether your voltage supply is going to be putting out way more current than what the battery will be that's depleted or not, or whether it's a straight DC or is it DC that's converted from AC, so it's a whole different, entirely different current, and so on and so forth. So you're changing the basic easy experiment into something that you want to change it into just to vary it. Well, then good luck with that, because we can't tell what you're making. Do you know what you're making when you add the power? So this is the way Mr. Keshe recommended it, and it's simple and easy. And why do we want to make it more complicated in many ways? But again, this is for an emergency situation where you need it quick, and because people are dying. It's not just to play around with. I mean, you can play around with it, you can experiment with it, and it's great what you've done, Mario, to dedicate your body to science that way. And this is what lots of knowledge seekers do, is to actually experiment with themselves, and most often, like virtually all conditions, seems to be for beneficial effects. So this is very good. And we haven't heard of people that have gotten really sick, except some people that ingested the straight ganses. They did have, blood in the urine and that kind of thing. So it can definitely happen. But, we've got Mr. Keshe's recommendations for this simple apparatus: 1 cup, 1 life. And that's the sort of the brand of this particular experiment, and it's dedicated for a specific cause, the Chinese that are undergoing this virus problem, or at least to get them to move to a certain position from that issue, let's say.
Just to expand on the DC that you mentioned, so this is what we call galvanic DC, whereas opposed to a power supply is really alternating DC. It's ripple DC. There's no such thing as
refined batteries.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So if people want to understand that there's difference between galvanic DC, which is the battery, and a power supply, which is alternating DC. It's never a true flat line like a battery is. It's actually rectified AC into DC, which is it's still rippled DC. So it's not as pure as galvanic DC, which he's using here. If people want to try to understand the differences, they can look that up. But I thought I'd just mention that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, so user experience will vary according to how you vary the experiment. And it's hard to say what the repercussions could be without extensive testing on the actual materials. Mr. Keshe knows what the materials are because he's already tested them in various functions. And he seemed to allude to some recent tests that were also done with the ganses to make sure they are not poisonous. So maybe he'll tell us a bit more about those results in the Knowledge Seekers workshop coming up on Thursday.
So I just wanted to mention again, in 312 at about the 205 mark, after you read the coronavirus, he goes into the scientific background of how it actually this process works with the virus and such. I didn't know if you wanted to at some point cue that up so we could watch that again, give us a refresher on the things that we talked about.
Well, we could do that.
to why are we doing this, to how we want to take the virus, remove the energy packet, and transmute it back just into an amino acid without that energy packet, and how we go about creating an equalizer, so to speak, to pull that, making a weaker GANs that would take that energy packet from the virus. I think this is kind of the way he explains it. And when you take the top 100 milliliters from that cup, a majority of that's going to be amino acid heavy. If you've left it out and sitting, it's going to really start to produce some what looks like oily substance on the top. To me, it looks like that. It looks like when you take you have water and you drop a drop of vegetable oil on the top of it, how you get that sheen. That's what it looks like to me. Maybe other people have different experiences, and how it thickens up over time. You leave it out long enough, you'll get something growing in it too.
That's basically it, yeah. Okay, we can watch.
How are we getting this repetitive cancer?
Oops. Okay, there we go. I think we can go from around here. This is at 2 hours and 4 minutes, or 2 hours and 5 minutes. Is that what you said, Sean?
Steve? Yeah, that's fine.
Steve, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. I think when he gets the whiteboard is when he really gets into it.
Okay, it's shortly after here, yeah. All right, let's watch for a few minutes here.
Like they attack us and they kill viruses is very simple. I'm going to share screen whiteboard. In a scientific way, when we look at the solar system, when we have a sun, and when we have planetary system, in a world of science, of understanding the fields, these fields connect to each other in so many ways. But they connect through the strength, magic strength to each other. Does not matter in which way it could be. So what it tells us very clearly, very, very clearly, these are energy packs which created by emotion. These are energy packs which comes from the emotion of animals or humans. And interesting enough, we transfer it through our lung system, through our breathing, which is the emotional part of the body of the man. We don't see these viruses to attach or attack muscle tissues or whatever else. In so many ways, in the present system, it's very easy to understand how these viruses can be handled. And in a very simple way, we can deplete them from it. As they say, this virus takes hold and moves in within the structure of a cell, which sits on an amino acid, delivering energies which is not needed, and energies which needs to be consumed till the point of a specific condition. And this is very in line with why some people catch the virus and some people don't. Which means those who catch the virus, they all have to have a specific strength, common denominator, energy level. We can come in touch with if our amino acid in our nose or in our lungs is not of the strength matching of the virus, we don't catch it. which means goes back to what we said, the specific strength matching locks into amino acid, and this creates this condition. And many people have that strength. And when the strength of the emotion of the animal matches the strength of the emotion of the man, the virus transmits. This is a vital important position for man which travels into space. In so many ways, in space we become homesick. We'll get viruses attached to our emotion of missing home. People get all sorts of these kind of energy packs into our structure. And in a space condition, we need to understand more. This is where a lot of researchers in the future will come in this level of understanding. But how can we help, and how can we understand to help? In so many ways, if you have a lung which is infected by this material, by this energy, it has to go through the nasal passage or through breathing of the mouth. So these are air amino acid connected diseases, or what we call energy packs. The most fundamental point for people in China is what they are trying to do is to cover their faces with what we see, and it's become very common, these face masks. At the same time, we see with fever, or we see with sneezing and with the pneumonia, the proper source or proper way to, in a way, transfer the energy of the virus out of it is in a way to introduce another plasma to it against the state, because it's an energy pack. You remember the glass of water with the orange and the banana? In a way, when we created and put material around the cup, we managed to transfer the energy of the orange or a banana to the cup. We created a condition of energy fields that it could be transferred. Many of you, when you made these cups, you said it doesn't taste, I don't feel anything, because there's one vital element was that the glass or the cup you used was too clean. There were no amino acid to create the condition of the transfer.
Can you stop it right there?
So what we learned from this,
So did everyone understand the key that he said about you didn't want to have a clean cup or a clean copy, I think it said, or that you needed the amino.
He said a clean cup, but it read clean copy. Yes, that's right. Let me get back to it.
Yeah, everyone thought that, they're making this cup, so they're going to use the cleanest cup or a glass or a crystal or something that, gold cup. But he just told you that's what we missed if you did that. You needed the amino acid. It's almost like a dirty cup. Not a dirty cup, but
Not a dirty cup, because you don't want any old amino acids. You want to create the amino acid of some germ or bacteria, for example, or some other animal that might not be you.
I don't know where happened to where it was. It was before this. Just back more.
Well, he's just simply that you need to connect it to the amino acid. So if you have zinc, or if I have my zinc and my CO2 and my CuO, and I don't have amino acids in it, then it's not going to connect.
Forward.
Right? That's all.
More forward. More forward. More forward. More forward. Right about there, I think. Yeah. No, too far. Sorry. Let's see. 210, 2946, I think. 29, 210, 210, 10. Let's see. You can put it at 2946 and let it play again, maybe.
You have the option if you're tapping right or left quickly, it's jumping 10 seconds.
Virus out of it is in a way to introduce another plasma to it against the state, because it's an energy pack. You remember the glass of water with the orange and the banana? In a way, when we created and put material around the cup, we managed to transfer the energy of the orange or a banana to the cup. We created a condition of energy fields that it could be transferred. Many of you, when you made these cups, you said it doesn't taste, I don't feel anything, because there's one vital element was that the glass or the cup you used was too clean. There were no amino acid to create the condition of the transfer. So
that was the part with about the too clean of a cup. So what would other places where amino acids would be introduced into the reaction besides the cup? Say, I mean, you could lick the cup or drink out of it or something before using it in the experiment. That might put your own amino acids into it. Also, when we handle the coils and are coiling the wire, especially with bare hands, then the amino acids are going from the oils of our fingers into that, directly into those coils or onto the plate that we handle. You can actually, if you polish a plate like copper or zinc and then handle it with your fingers, you can actually sometimes see fingerprints that are embedded into the material and are actually quite hard to remove just from the acids and oils on our fingers.
What I was going to say is that instead of, if this, let's say you drink, you have your favorite cup that you drink out of, right? You drink orange juice, coffee, whatever you drink out of it. If you used that cup to create your cup of life, as opposed to going out and buying a cup and, you know, the amino acid is, even it's been washed and sanitized hundreds of times through your dishwasher or however you clean your cups, the amino acids are present on that cup because it's interacted with you over time. I think that's maybe where that was leading, perhaps.
Right. So that might work for yourself, but will it be proper for someone else? That's another question.
Well, we were talking about the cup of life that we made way back when, where you put the plates around the cup. This one for the coronavirus, since you're actually creating the GANs and the aminos and everything in that cup, that's your cup. You're not doing it the way we made the other cup of life, where you don't really have electrodes going into it. We wrapped it in nano material around the outside, and nothing actually went into it, and we put a lid on the top of it, and then we put the orange or the banana on top, so there was nothing actually contacting the water. And so after a time, you drank the water, and if you tasted the orange or the banana, that was the transfer of the fruit energies or plasma into the water without it ever contacting the water. That's a different scenario than the cup that he's showing in that other video, I believe.
Well, anytime you make a GANS material, you get an amino acid of that GANS material. It's a standard neutral amino acid that will interact with any amino acid based entity on this planet. So you need the amino acids from the GANs material you're using. If you're going to use your CO2 GANs to transfer the energy of the orange, you need to have the amino acid of it. You don't need, it'll transfer energy. I mean, you need to make sure you don't just use the GANs material or the water of the GANs. You need to make sure you have the amino acid in it. That's all. Doesn't mean you have to use your cup you drank your coffee out of. It means you need to make sure that when you use CO2 and CuO and the zinc oxide GANs, that you make sure that you have the amino acids of those GANs materials in there, so that when you use the water of it, it's got the field strength of the amino acids. I mean,
what about your own amino acids that he's referring to as the cup?
Forget your intention too. Your intention.
Well, but I mean, okay, all of my GANs materials have my amino acids in them. I mean, I never not have my.
That's the point. That's the point. It's almost impossible. It's almost impossible unless you're working in a real extreme lab conditions to avoid.
But if you use just the GANs material itself, and you use gloves, and make sure you scoop up the amino acids on the top and mix some of that in there, then you'll have the amino acids. You need the amino acids.
That's not the point, Mario. He's actually talking about that the cup is necessary as a way to introduce amino acids that are connected to us somehow, rather than just from the metals. It seems like. I know what you're saying.
The standard amino acids will connect to your body. Without your amino acids, if you just take the CuO and you take the amino acid from the CuO.
Then why was he talking about having the part we were just talking about here?
Well,
again, it was the key. It's the key. It's the key to understanding it.
Now let's be quiet. I'll be quiet for a second. Let Armin speak here. I heard him in the background. He's trying to get through to us, I think. Hello, Armin. Come in, Armin.
How are you guys?
Hi. How you doing?
Welcome. Welcome.
May I just a little bit add? When you have zinc and a zinc, copper and a copper, or any material that you put, anything, even the stone, still you're gonna create amino acid. It's a condition of our earth. But when we have zinc and a zinc, we have amino acid of that zinc. So if we want to connect to our emotion, we need this amino acid. We always, from the beginning, we separated it. Mr. Keshe never, the GANs material, we always, with the syringe, taking out, and we always, collecting the amino acids separately. Why? When we put together, then it becomes connection for your body. Still, these plates, when the GANs are creating, even from the separation of any of material of the GANs, it's still connected amino acid. But when we separately collecting it, we adding, let's say, a little bit more amino acid on top of it. Now we have a connection. CO2, zinc, CH3, any material, you always collect and separate, keep it. Because when you have an interaction for your body or connection, any neurosystem or connection to your emotion, you already know CO2, it's your connection to your neural. Copper, it's connection to your muscle. Zinc is connection to your emotion. Magnesium is connection to your physicality. So different combination, different strength, you interact and you are already connected because you added already the amino acid on top of it. That's all.
And I'd just like to add, we exist in the amino acid. The atmosphere of this planet is the amino acid. Everything is amino acid.
Yes,
Everything
but one more thing, don't forget, you know, use the tap water. Don't use clean water.
depends on what you mean by clean.
Now, clean water, don't use in the clean water. There is nothing. Use the ocean water.
Use whatever you have.
Yeah, in ocean water, just understand you have all the elements that exist on this planet, and it's in that ocean. Because it's direct interaction already, the amino acid, whatever you're going to create, it's interaction already with you, with your body. You eat from that land, you go to swim in that ocean or lake water. When you have clean water, you know, there's nothing in there. But you need all that elements.
So when you look at the drawing on the left here, where we was making the cup of light or the cup of orange, whatever you want, nothing actually goes into that water.
Nothing.
The nanomaterial was on the outside of the cup.
Yes, you create kind of, if you have zinc here, if you have CO2 here. Huh?
Yes.
Oh, cannot draw. What's wrong?
Or you could surround it with GANs also after you've made GANs, but nothing goes in the water.
This is GANs over here, huh? Different GANs. But right, with the amino acid, they all are connecting now. And so you always just remember one drop here, one drop here, one drop here, each other. So you have a connection. Even the amino acid, not the GANs material. Now, until you don't have a seed, you cannot interact. You cannot grow, let's say, a plant. So if you have a amino acid of zinc, and here's the amino acid of, copper, just one drop here, and the same here. So you are connected. Each amino acid is different. Slight different.
But close enough that they will link with each other, right?
Correct. Of course.
That's the nature of amino acid. It exists connected. It can't be disconnected. Only man can separate it into its individual four parts. But the atmosphere is more than just a percentage of this and a percentage of that. It's so many things.
Let me tell you a different thing. When if you collect the ocean water, put it in a jar, and add little bit NaOH and KOH, you will see right away the material is appearing. Correct? The GANs.
Yes, I would use a drop of my brine from the nano coating process. My plates, I take a couple drops and seed a tub of salt water from the ocean, and it would start to produce. It's like seeding like growing.
No, you're changing the condition. It's a liquid. Now the matter is appeared.
that's what I like so much about this teaching that he gets into, where he starts to show the summation of the interactions of the conditions, the gravitational magnetical, the inertia with the gravitational magnetical, and then the inertia, and those three separate conditions, and how we're trying to understand the transaction between those three and the link and how they all, this one is really a beautiful teaching, this one, where he explains it so simply, I think, or so complex, perhaps.
It's not complex.
Well,
look, just understand, here is the field is entering the water. A minute it touches the water, the amino acid, it brings it in. Huh?
If you put your finger on that amino acid, it'll feed your body. You don't even have to put your finger in it, but if you touch it for the first time, you all of a sudden maybe you don't eat for a week. It could be that strong. Because it immediately makes that connection.
It depends which one you eat. CH3?
So can I ask a question here?
CH3 is the energy.
The energy packet.
When you add CH3 to your soup, then you create the energy of it. If you have zinc, copper, or other oxides, that's a gravitational, huh? But when you add CH3, now in a ratio, you are magnetic. The rest, all the GANs that you're going to create, that's gravitational. A minute you add CH3, it becomes magnetical of that mixture. That's why when you have cancer, you don't give the CH3 because you feed the cell. So then it's going to be more simple.
Okay, this was about the coronavirus. Now you don't want to use the CH3 in there, but using basically the zinc and the.
You're draining it.
Yes, right. Yes.
You understand? You have to attach with amino acid to drain.
Right. I've been doing that actually to myself. But the idea of using the tap water as opposed to the distilled water for this purpose is that, I mean, nobody drinks tap water in China. They're not drinking it, but they are showering and bathing in it and all that. Why? Is that to get the environment into the GANs material?
Of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, make sure that's.
This is your environment. You're feeding from the environment. You making this water clean, so it's nothing in there left.
Yeah, but the tap water is not very potable in China. Actually, here in Bangkok.
Look, I understand, but just
so
remember,
you're not going to gas water. You're going to breathe the wet tissue or the mask and spray the mask.
No, whatever is in that water, in that environment, still you leave animal, they drink that water. You eat that meat.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it's in your body anyway.
So if you see what Mr. Keshe was saying about the fear component, the psychosomatic.
It's saying for that, it's not, so the environmental, whatever environment you are living in, near the ocean or near the lake, you can use that water.
Well, also with regard to the mask, if you've got the fear and you're wearing a mask, that also adds to the the virus. He almost made a joke about the mask, how people are wearing masks as if those were going to protect you from breathing. You know, it's not a respirator, it's just a mask. And so if you're going to put something on your face, you might as well, you know, you have that fear of, which is attributed to the virus, which also feeds it. That's when he was mentioning that the zinc satisfies the fear aspect of it. And the
listen, this is the mask, but the field passes through still.
Sure.
Do you understand? That's not going to help.
Well, no, I mean, the people are wearing masks out of fear. That's what
I live in Shanghai. If you wear one of those masks after about 3 or 4 days, you'll see black on the outside or dark. You'll see on the outside of the mask all kinds of particulates that are not, you didn't breathe in. It's sort of a necessity when you're out there breathing like this soup of stuff. It's not just fear. I mean, it's actual practicality. Yeah, I mean, because without that mask, you're breathing in a lot more. It doesn't stop everything. It's not a respirator, like you said. It's not an air purifier, but it certainly protects you from breathing in a lot of garbage into your lungs, for sure.
It stops the big chunks, but it doesn't stop the nanomaterials. And more importantly, it doesn't stop the fields interacting, as Armin just mentioned.
Right, but I mean, the idea here is to create a concoction of basically zinc, copper oxide, and a little bit of CO2 with the amino acids of those, and then spray your mask with that. Or in other words, interact that with your lungs. You could drink a little bit of the water as it passes by your lungs. It'll do the same thing. It'll be instantaneous transfer of energy, draining the virus, and then instantaneously. That's the idea there, right? And I get water as opposed to pure water. Then you're also making sure that you're getting, it's a better way to connect. Is that right, Armin? That's all you're really doing, is making sure you get a good, strong connection so that when you drain the virus, because the virus is of that environment.
Look, if let me clean this. How we clean it? Oh, yeah. What the hell is this? When you have a mask, this is a fabric, correct? Some kind of
a paper product.
So it's like a mesh. When you spray it, still this plasma water stays on it. So when the air is automatically changing it.
Right, that's why I like the Hubba Bubbler. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, yes.
Hubba Bubbler or the Shisha that we made. You can make the breathing apparatus that's called the Hubba Bubbler, where you don't drink, you inhale the water, the air that passes through the GANS water. That's the Hubba Bubbler.
Yes.
Let's keep on topic with the mask here for now. Thank you.
Just understand, this is a filter. It becomes as a filter. Now anything it passes, because it's in a plasma condition, now it changes. Or you breathe out or you breathe in, it changes. It's totally different. It's like a filter, you know, water filter. We have different materials in sections, you know. And when water passes through, we clean it. Each material absorbs something from the water, takes something from the water. And so it's just understand the same thing. Now, the GANS material that you sprayed, It's the material that the water goes through. Now the air goes through, now you're filtering it. It's changing the condition of the air and you breathe. But GANs, it's a package of energy. If you collect it under it and not added amino acid, it's not gonna affect more. But you can add to the mass of your package of fields. If you have a zinc and you have a copper, so which one is gravitational, which one is magnetical?
Zinc is gravitational.
Cu is magnetical.
That's why the zinc works so good with the emulsion.
Yes, but you also have the mass differential as well. You've got, I don't know how much your lungs weigh, but compared to a few drops of those GANs materials on your in the mask, you automatically have an outflow. Isn't that right?
But what if you have zinc and copper, but you don't add amino acid of the zinc, but in your mixture you have 50-50, but you add amino acid of the copper?
Well, why would you do that? Not for the, I mean, for this virus thing.
So they make the connection.
Yeah, but I mean, the connection for both, don't you? Because you don't know where the virus is attaching itself to.
But you can't differentiate copper from, the copper is always the base of the entire creation because of the copper oxide, because of the nanomaterial that's created through the copper. It's always there. That's a given.
No. You know why copper? Why we use always copper?
Yeah, but I mean, if you have pounds of copper GANs in your body and your lungs and all the rest of it, and you have the zinc and you have gallons of that, and you just and you use those amino acids in your material, in your mask. When you spray your mask, you've got a few drops of it in your mask relative to gallons of it in your body. So you're going to create a gradient flow outwards. It's going to be, the mask automatically will be gravitational, won't it? It'll automatically pull the fields from the heavier, which is what you want to do. You want to drain the virus.
How about okay, let me ask differently. If I want to feed someone, so I have CH3, correct?
Yes.
CH3. I need amino acid of CH3. I need amino acid of CO2. I need amino acid of zinc. Then I feed your emotion.
Your physicality.
I feed your physicality. I feed your neural connection. CO2 is always a connection. carbon, is always the connection. If you have an oxide, it's gravitational. If you have a CH3, it's magnetic.
Because of the sugar. The sugar, it's a giver.
But if I want to connect to your emotion, I connect through amino acid, not the physical part.
And Rick, just to clarify, the reason I brought up the bubbler is because some people, when they have respiratory issues at a point, they don't want to cover their mouth. And so like how the oxygen, when people go to the hospital, they have oxygen, there's a bubbler there usually. It's the same, instead of like saline, if you use the water GANs for that, it really helps out people tremendously, because it's kind of like the breathing devices in the medical part where you use a GANs water and you breathe it. You don't drink it, but you breathe it because the interaction is instantaneous. It's like smokers. That's why they smoke, because that's the quickest way to get the nicotine delivered to the body through the lung, and that's the emotion.
Yep, it's a whole different issue though that Mr. Keshe didn't describe in the treatment for the virus specifically, although it does make sense, but perhaps it might be too instantly in another sense too. Look at the results that Mario had, where he had to undergo 3 days of elimination reaction, you could call it technically.
I would just say, someone, if you've been exposed to zinc oxide for more than a year and you're still smoking, that's a tough one for me. I couldn't see that.
Well, if you use the mask, you're doing the same thing. It's just what Armin explained. It's just a filter. You're breathing it in. You're not drinking it, you're breathing it. So you're getting the energy from those GANs materials, the water, directly into your lungs where you need it. It's passing right into your lungs. But because you have a huge gradient differential between the few drops in the mask and the however many liters in your lungs, then it'll drain. I mean, if you attach that mask to 10 gallons of GANs material, probably it wouldn't work. It would do the opposite.
Well, remember Mr. Keshe says that none of the atmosphere gets past the lining of the lungs, so it's actually the energy that so
that's right. It's energy that's transferred.
You could perhaps put it on your chest too and get the same reaction.
That's what Mr. Keshe said, to do that. Wipe your chest. I did. That's what I've been doing. Wipe my chest. I've been doing that for years with the CO2. It was the adding of the CuO that I wasn't doing that changed everything. I mean, it made a huge difference. And for me, once I breathed in that with the CuO, I had this instant draining of the energy, but I still had a lung full of fluid. I was pretty much had pneumonia, and like 4 or 5 days ago. I mean, I had pneumonia and now I don't. Yeah, so it took me 3 or 4 days of coughing out the fluids from my lungs, right? But I mean, the instant I breathed that, as soon as I put that cocktail on the mask and put the mask on, it was instant. I mean, I instantly felt the draining of the fields, from not just my lungs, from my whole body, really, and it was instant. It was the second I started to put it on, it was wow. Okay. And then I kept wearing it and take it off every once in a while and all that. And then I started coughing up like gallons of fluids from my lungs. That took 2 or 3 or 4 days. I'm still doing it a little bit. But I mean, I went from practically having pneumonia to now I can breathe. I had to take a walk. I mean, for a few days, I would take a walk. I'd be so tired and everything. It was like, that's the healing process after getting over having pneumonia. I had to drain my lungs. That's the physicality part. but the rest of it is nothing more than energy transfer. And if you use the CuO and the zinc and a little bit of CO2 and the amino acids, and you have just a little bit of it on the mask, then when you're breathing it in, you've got this tiny little amount here that's passing through, this massive amount that's in your lungs. You have a gradient flow. So you're creating a magnetical field from your lungs towards your breathing tubes actually going out, right? It's just simple as that. It's just a gradient flow differential.
No, it depends which, it's a mass difference. If I want to interact with emotion, so I need zinc more than 60%.
Now explain to him why.
50 is balance, huh? If I have a 50 and 50, it's a balance. There's no movement. If
Hello,
I
Mr.
have over 60, over 70, now I enforce.
So if you look back at his cup, if you see how he placed the plates equidistant, the residual or the GANs that was created in that cup was of the balance that it needed to be to work effectively against virus.
Well, but there's another thing about that cup. What Mr. Keshe is saying is if you're in an emergency situation and you need to make a cocktail that will work for this virus, then you can do it all in one shot. So you don't have to set up different kits and then worry about anything else. You just put a plate of zinc over here, a nano copper in the middle, and a copper wire over here, and you'll get your cocktail that you need with the right proportions and everything all set up. Right.
That's why it's always to make a mono element. It's very handy.
Yeah, but if you don't have those GANs materials, then you need to make them in a hurry. That's a very effective way to do it very fast. The battery, it'll manifest relatively quickly, and you'll get your cocktail, and you can spray your mask and do it that way. And you also have the mass differential between the amount of GANs water that you put on your mask, which is a few drops, relative to the amount of GANs material that's in your body that's in the virus condition. So you're going to have this massive gradient flow outwards. So you're going to drain the virus that way. Isn't that the way it works?
Draining the virus only when you have oxides, meaning it's emotional, you have to have a zinc. Connection, we have to have a CO2. Plus, you need CO because it's in muscle tissue, so you need to connect to that.
Right, but that's in the cocktail, and you need the amino acids from those, and you'll get those same amino acids in that cup by itself. You'll get the amino.
If you look, if amino acids, you need it because you brought it that field from the atmosphere and materialize it, and you call it its amino acid. Correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And it's also the atmosphere you've been breathing. So the CO2 that gets collected comes directly from what we call comes out of the lungs or somehow transformed in the lungs, and it's part of the atmosphere already in the room or environment.
But do you need GANs to add for your breathing?
Well, you do if you got this virus, or like I had, whatever I had, you need something. I mean, actually, technically, if I can filter my own brain and use my own mind and my own soul, then I don't need anything else. I can just eliminate my whole body structure. But I have not achieved that yet. So yeah, I mean, for me, I still need the gas material. So, but that works. But it's. I mean, all you're doing is transferring the energy. I mean. Well, anyway.
You may also want to notice that in this process, we used fire nanocoating and not the caustic method also.
No. But I understand what's the fire nanocoating and the difference between caustic nanocoating.
There's the compactness of the fields, the spectrum of the fields. The fire nanocoating, the satellites or the atoms of the nano are not as spacious or fluffy as the. Not that there's much of a difference, but the position of that in relationship to the plates in the process could be the difference also. It may not be, but I noticed. I was just making people to recognize that in his video, he used fire nanocoating as opposed to the caustic method.
Well, but if people are dying, and
guys, but just understand why we do caustic nanocoating. What we create in that second that hot water touches the caustic. What we create massive energy
and the fields,
massive energy. The hydrogen is being released. So much magnetical and gravitational field. You pull the atomic structure on the upper layer of the copper out. That's how you create nano. You just first layer. You just take out, and when you live in that condition, the process it's not gonna stop until you wash it. Meaning you creating a pool. That's how you're growing that layers, guys.
Well,
layers
yes,
and layers and layers.
Yes,
but I mean, first two layers you already pulled it, so rest it comes when you don't change the condition. When you take it out, then you start to create the layers, the thousands of layers. Then it's become black.
Yeah, but look, if when I just had to re-nanocoat a copper plate, it took me a week, 5 days, about 5 days to nanocoat, re-nanocoat copper plate. If people are dying and I can fire coat a piece of nano, piece of copper, and put that cup in there and get in a day the GaNs material.
Of course, I understand that. But what I'm saying, fire nano coating is not nano coating actually. You're burning the layer is flying, you don't even see it.
Right, but it'll work.
Structure.
But it'll work to save people's lives in an emergency situation.
Guys, you just firing, what we do, we just change the condition on top layer of any material. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, that cup and this demonstration Mr. Keshe is showing here is a way to do this in an emergency situation, that if you don't have the GaNs materials, you don't have nano copper, instead of waiting a week to get a good nano coating and then setting up the different kits and then waiting another 3 or 4, you can do it in a couple of a day or so and save people's lives. I think that's the whole point of this, isn't it?
I understand, but saving the people's life, we need to have proper way the connection. If we don't understand how to connect proper way, so we cannot interact. There's thousands of millions of fields from the sun, it passes you through. If you absorb every single second that fields, you will blow up. But whatever matches, it stays. Whatever no, it goes through.
Hello,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I hear, shall I elaborate a little bit why it's success? Because the copper is in the muscle of the lung, and the lung is zinc. And CO2 is for accommodation, a little bit CO2. If you put that in your tau, you are bigger than the tau. So the tau is your moon. That's why the moon, like the cathode ray, attracts the electron, it attracts the meteorite. So your tau, it will be the attractor for zinc, CuO, accommodation. So the virus goes in, and if your amino acids are in the tau, you have your space gap. The amino acids are formed from the harmonics of the entities. And then you have your space gap for the virus, for the soul. It's a free plasma. You create virus in the star formation too, but then you are playing with it with the good part. So it will not interact the way a virus interact. And that virus becomes part entity inside the space gap and start manifesting itself there. And then it's outside the body. Because Mario is correct that the tau is smaller, but because it's smaller, it will take from the body the energy to be released in space in front of you. That is why the virus is taxi destinated not to your lungs anymore, but to the tau. And then it manifests itself as an entity inside the space gap of the COON, of the amino acid. Amino acid is always space gap to receive. But if I have created an amino acid layer, after I be able to create GANs from radiation. But as long as I don't have my amino there, the GANs will not survive because they are not able to give the energy through. The trick of creation is to create a child so you can give your energy toward it so you can exist. Like Earth has the moon. Earth gave a lot of energy to the moon, and that is why we see more meteorites hit the moon than Earth. Because the moon is the capacitor at that moment in that layer of the atmosphere of the Earth. And that is what we have to understand as collective. Because the CO2 is for happiness. If we have decided when we became plasma science bounded, we have make a contract, we will not harm any soul. So the virus is also a soul. So we don't expand it only if you have it already, yeah? But if you don't have it, it works this way. And the other way, if you have it, what Mr. Keshe said, if you breathe it and you drink it, then because your gravitational point will be in your tongue. So if you extract, listen very carefully, if you extract the energy from your tongue, like the planets are doing from the sun, then the matter state will fall the other way from the soul. So then the matter state is in your tongue, and then it will attract the soul again on a later destination where your limbs are. In the time flocks. Mr. Keshe have explained in that movie 2 ways of one for the people who don't have it and are helping people with the virus, so they do only the tau and maybe some clothes or. But the second way was if you have it, then you drink it, because then you create the gravitational reference points of the same emotion inside the time. That is why the meta state, where the soul of the virus is stick on, falls back to the center, like the planets are going to the center. The planets is the meta state, and the space is going back to the Kuiper belt, or to the Carolina core, how do you want to name it? That is why it's success. And Mr. Keshe took this setup that you have all. I think even he has his mind on why he has fiery coated hot. So hot that it's red. And I think that has to do with how they release, but I don't possess that part of knowledge. Because when I nanocoat very hot, my nanolayer will come off very easy. But maybe that is because we need quick CUO GANs. See, if I put two sides on the plus and the middle on the min of the battery, what do you create? It's all the way around in plasma. So you create the takeout of the center. Because electron is matter state. So actually, when we think we have a plus, it's actually 0. And the 0 is plus in plasma science, in a battery. Make that switch and then see how you every time create a base and a sun. And then you understand why we use aminos in this offset, in this particular moment, on this for the virus, because every time you use it on a different application. Amino is always the space gap. And that is where this sol will be the interaction. Remember the free plasma of the star formation? The space gap of this amino has the right configuration to receive the sol of a new star in between them. And that's the virus. And then it's occupied and accommodated. That is how the trick works. But I don't think if you don't have that virus, you should not do CuO into your lungs. Now it's needed because you have no choice. But I think it's not belong there very much. It's not copper in the lungs. It's copper in the muscle of the lung. And probably the virus finds its way through the interaction between the copper and the zinc of the muscle and of the lung. And there it finds its accommodation because everywhere you have amino. Everywhere you create amino. And then see the bigger picture. Look how a cathode array works really, not how they say how it works. I have gone through that, so I could say to them, your neutron division has to be like Mr. Keshe teaching and not how you say it for a century. I already knew it, but I don't have the words to say it. And then they change it. And now we must see it too, of course. Because when you have your plus, the light will go to the plus. So you are the min for the environment's I, and the tau is the plus. Like the moon is the min, and the sun is the plus. Sorry, the moon is the plus, and the earth is the min to the environment's radiation from outside seen back to us. Because we need the lowest to feed the highest. So the lowest will always be the highest, and that will attract the most. And that is why I don't want to. It does not go to your long muscle tissue. Don't try to set numbers everywhere. Don't think, just see. How does the moon work? Why does the moon attract so much meteorites and the Earth not? And why does the electron goes to the plus and not to the min? And why does that work like this and that work like this? And then you have what you need to understand what Mr. Keshe is sharing. There are so many metastates experiments from the past that if you go deeper into that and don't say, oh, they are wrong. No, we are wrong. They are us. We are wrong because we did not find a proper tool to show, and not a tool of matter state. No, tool of accommodation in the words to explain universal knowledge to people who don't interact with universal knowledge yet. And then the door goes open. And then it becomes very easy. The Christmas tree of universes will light up. I only could see the Christmas tree light up. I call it Christmas tree because I saw transmutation of elements in form of energy package. So I saw it light up. I thought, wow. But I never could explain. I was young. I was like, I did not knew. I was looking to the horizon, but I did not want to go there. I wanted to be with friends. I don't want to be alone, because if I was with that, I always was alone when I was little. Nobody was
To the
my friend.
horizon.
Sorry? Hello?
It was just a background thing. Continue, Arno.
So don't bother to make it work. Just let go and see how it works. Be one. Everything Mr. Keshe shared is in your soul too. We all carry the same teacher. We have the same teacher as all the prophets, as Mr. Keshe, as me, as you. That is the universe and its creator and its soul. Okay, I hope it helped to see why it works. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you for your perspective, Arno.
You're welcome.
So just to summarize, the zinc was the gravitational and the copper was the magnetical. The zinc connects with the emotion and the copper connects with the physicality. And so if you play the video, he goes into the process of that it creates. You would have to clear up the annotation though.
Okay, we could go further on this. Just a minute.
In a way, when we created and put material around the cup, we managed to transfer the energy of the orange or a banana to the cup. We created a condition of energy fields that it could be transferred. Many of you, when you made these cups, you said it doesn't taste, I don't feel anything, because there's one vital element was that the glass or the cup you used was too clean. There were no amino acid to create the condition of the transfer. So what we learn from this, one of the most fundamental points for the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers who go out to eliminate this, is existence, presence of amino acid GANs that you use. You create a condition that the amino acid or the field which is connected to the virus finds a passage of transfer. You'll find very rapidly the virus will deplete itself from its energy in the cell. Fever, pneumonia, lung infection will change condition in the body of the man. So one of the fundamental things you have is the use of the amino acids on your GAN systems, that you can create that link. The other point is that as this is emotional, has given us a very clear direction. It's connected to the amino acid of zinc, as it connects itself to the muscle of what we call environment of the muscle tissue of the lung and can access in nozzle, is the presence and application of copper. You got to remember that the energy of the virus is more. So the total effect of your GANs, your amino acid, has to be weaker than the virus, that it can deplete its energy into it, that in a way, part of the energy of the virus still in the cell, part of the energy of the virus in the amino acid, but none has the strength to carry on. And we see the rapid reduction in temperature, in fever, and cleaning of the lungs. The way we suggest to our Chinese colleagues is very simple. You use these masks to breathe, make a mixture of amino acid of the zinc plus CO. And frequently, spray the mask. Either way, as you breathe, it clears the lung, and at the same time depletes if there is any born virus link connection to your amino acid. In a way, you put a barrier between the one who carries it and your body, if it's not immune to it or has the same strength. By putting the
Rick,
mask,
could you stop right there, please?
you absorb either way. You deplete it.
I think somebody was saying it's CO. He said CU. I don't think he said CO2, right? He said CO2. He said CU, but it sounded like he said CO to the mask. I think we need to clarify that.
It was CU that he said, and but he did mention, I think, a bit of CO2 earlier when suggesting the same thing.
Actually, I think he does it in a minute. He'll add CO2 to this mix. Let it play.
And just to add, so to understand the virus inside the lung is in a GANS condition. Everything inside the body is in a GANS condition. So the virus is stronger because it was created in the body. And so when you use a copper oxide GANS, and he says it has to be weaker, it's because you made it in the matter state, where the virus was created in the body in the more plasmatic GAN state than is created on the outside, if you can see that. So that's why it's weaker.
No, not inherently weaker. It's weaker because you've got a few drops of it in your mask. You've got kilos of it in your lungs, and you've got a few drops of it in the mask. So which way does the gradient flow go?
So you missed the point. You missed the point that I was making then.
No, the point is the bigger feeds the weaker, the smaller. So you have kilos of GANS material in your lungs of the amino acids and the zinc and the copper, and you've got a few drops of it in the mask. So it's going to create a gradient flow outwards towards the mask. The proton feeds the electron.
But neither one of them is in the matter state per se, and so mass is not. It's about inertia, not mass.
If I take two GANS material, if I take two containers with this GANS material in it, and I put 500 milliliters over here and 5 milliliters over here, which way is the gradient flow going to go? But yeah, it's going to go to the smaller. It's no different. Actually, exactly the same thing. You got the same GANS material in your mask as you have in your lungs. So it just creates a gradient flow. It's weaker because it's smaller. You just keep that mask wet. As long as that mask stays wet and you're breathing it in, and it also creates a barrier between you and somebody else. And it'll drain from you out. Right? It's a gradient.
Smaller is not weaker. with 1 gram of GANs, I can feed, like a CFE, like in the blood. You have a little bit of iron, like blood in your body. This not mean it's weaker. It's stronger. Depends. The point of view of colleague before. It's not a ratio like a mass. I have 1 kilo or 10 kilo or 10 ton. This not making the gradient or the flow of it's the strength field.
Well, the field strength is its energy level times its mass. So if you have an energy level of zinc and CuO plus the amino acids in your lungs, which is however many milliliters, gallons or kilos or however much in your lungs, and you have the same thing more or less in your mask with a few drops, then you have a gradient flow out. If you're, well, there's no way to really do it, but I mean, if you had a mask that had, 5 gallons of that material in there, then you'd feed the other way around. I mean, it's just a gradient flow. I mean, if I have a milliliter or 10 milliliters in my mask, and then there's, hundreds and hundreds of milliliters in the lungs, you have a gradient flow towards the mask.
How does that affect the virus?
Well, it's going to deplete the virus because the virus is attached to the amino acid. You got the amino acid in the mask, the stronger feeds the weaker. The virus is attaching itself to your amino acids. And so now it's attaching it to a much weaker amino acid in your mask. So it's going the other way.
Because the weaker is becoming the highest. Your physical structure carries the fields much more as the mask and start feeding the mask.
Yeah,
in this position, one has not the virus, and the other has the virus. So that virus wants to go also to his field strings because he's working with that person. He's connected with that person. When you look to a person who is ill and you connect yourself, you create conditions for certain illness like virus to jump over to you. They don't use distance. It's space coordinated, like how you create the fields of the layer of the moon to go to that layer of the moon. Remember you said it?
I can give you an example. I can give you an example. It's okay if you compare a drop of blood to a drop of hemoglobin GANs that you created, the blood, which was created in the true plasma state of the GANs, is stronger plasma-wise than the hemoglobin is weaker. It's you can't compare them in mass though. That's the problem. It doesn't matter the it's the condition in which it existed or how it was created. And so the virus, which is in the true GAN state of the human, is in that body, and it's stronger than any copper oxide GANs that we could create at this point, I think. And so that's how it becomes weaker, because it's more on the matter state side, because you created it using matter. You didn't create it from plasma or through like the body living tissue of the virus. And that's what makes it weaker, because the body living tissue is not matter state. It's the purest of GAN states. That's my understanding of it. So it's not about mass. It's that the hemoglobin that you create with your CH3 has inertia in it and weaker magnetic gravitational, whereas the hemoglobin of your blood has a lot more magnetical gravitational and not so much inertia, if you can understand that, because there's a wide spectrum as it transitions from transitional state plasma to matter state. And that's what I was talking about. And in mass is not even in any of the thought process of it, I think. That's
well, you got a GANs material in your body that's an amino acid and zinc and CuO, and you've got a virus that is attaching itself to that. And so what you've done is you put the same GANS material in the mask. So you got a gradient flow. I mean, I mean, that's the most basic principle of the way the fields go. I don't understand why it's so simple. I mean, I weigh 150, 160 kilos of GANS material. So, I mean, every time I'm going to be feeding out, it's always going to work like that. Unless you direct the flow, like putting, you know, standing in between the health panels. That's different. Now you're going from one side to the other and you're direct flow from one side to the other. This, you're not doing that. This, you're just putting on a mask and it works. Why does it work? Why else would it work? I mean, you got the same GANS material in the mask as you have in the lungs where you got the problem. You got zinc connects to the emotion. You got copper that links to the physicality. You got the amino acids that are connecting to everything there, and then you create a gradient flow. I mean, isn't it? I mean, if I take 2 containers of this GANS and I put one on one side and the other on the other side with different amounts, I'll have a gradient flow from the heavier to the smaller, the heavier to the lighter. That's what you have here.
Yeah, but do you know why you put it, what you put opposites, and why you, and what the formulation is supposed to achieve?
Well, that's, well, yes, if you're going to do it that way, but this is not that. This is not that. This is just breathing in this from this GANS material in the mask. So you're.
What I meant is to look at it is when you mentioned. So what's the difference between putting it on a mask and putting it on your chest?
Not much. Not much difference. Or drinking a few drops of it and having it go past your lungs that way. Mr. Keshe explains that in a few minutes. He'll explain that. Drinking it is instantly, as soon as it goes past, drains the virus. Because it's a gradient flow in that direction.
But I'm trying to describe the scientific process that it does to achieve that without mass being in the explanation.
Well, but mass is part of how the universe works. I mean, the sun feeds the planets, not the other way around. The bigger feeds the smaller. It's the way it works. So you're talking about mass differential. I mean, you want to figure it out without mass differential and then, you know, try a different physics, but that's not the way the universe works. The proton feeds the electron. The proton also dictates the position of the electron.
But that's all matter states physics. We're talking.
It's matter. It's not, where are you getting matter state? It's
okay. Okay. So to clarify this, if you, I hate to rewind this, but if you go to 1608 of this video, you'll see where Mr. Keshe, I keep calling him Mr. Gans, Mr. Keshe identifies the 3 conditions of the universe: the gravitational magnetical condition, which are field, no matter state, no dimension, inertia. Wait, let me finish.
Rick, let it play from where it is. Well, instead of going back there, let it play from where it is. He explains it here in the.
Yeah, but we keep getting stuck on this. You keep going back to matter state all the time and talking about mass and molecules and atoms and stuff. And
talking about a molecule, you're talking about. I'm talking about GANS materials in the mask and GANS materials in the body of the man. What part of that is matter state? GANS materials and the fields generated from the GANS material. What part of that is matter state? I don't understand. I wipe my head and my chest and my back with the water of the GANS. And then I put it on the mask and I breathe it. That's what Mr. Keshe says to do there. And it worked.
He was talking about mass, I think, and not mask, because we're talking about the mass, M-A-S-S, of the materials, which is the matter state. But you're referring to the mass in the plasmatic sense, not just the.
There's a gradient flow, which makes it the mass basically gravitational. It's going to pull the fields towards it. because you have a higher mass of GANS material in your body than you do in the masks. So they become the gravitational. It's gonna feed the masks. The mass differential will create a gradient flow in that direction. It has to do that. Can't not do that. It's not about matter state. It's about the behavior of the plasma. It's the fields that are moving, not the GANS material. The water is just sitting there in the lungs. My lungs stayed filled with fluids, even though the energy from the virus was gone, if assuming that's what was causing it. So the energy's gone. My lungs are still filled with the fluids. They didn't actually just drain, right? It took me 3 or 4 days of coughing it out. But I mean, how's that not, that's the way the fields go. I mean, that's how the reactors work. That's how the amino acid works. 4 different elements at different, they're the same mass, but there's an energy differential. So the stronger feeds the weaker. Yeah, if you have the same GANS material, the heavier feeds the lighter, right? I put 500 milliliters of CuO over here. I put 10 milliliters of CuO over here. Which way is the gradient flow going to go? I mean, isn't that gradient flow 101? Isn't that how that works? I mean, that's how I did all my reactors. That's what I showed Mr. Keshe. He said, you are correct. So what's different here?
Mr. Keshe explains that at the 1608, he draws on the whiteboard the 3 conditions. That's all I was. And so if you understand how matter state is inertia, the transitional state, which we call the GANS, is inertia plus gravitational magnetical, and then the plasma state, which has no dimension. It has no mass. It has nothing matter state. It's the plasma fields. It has no inertia. That's what I was just trying to, if you have to get to that level of understanding to see how mass is not, or inertia is where you keep getting stuck at, I think.
Or
I mean, maybe you're not.
allow us to go maybe a little bit in a combination of inertia and what we call magnetic gravitational field forces. So inertia, magnetic gravitational field forces are matter state conditions. On the other hand, we need to be able to understand furthermore. This is for objects, for moving cars. This is for understanding the totality of the system that allows us to be able to operate within cities. Cars, maybe, as we've seen, in so many ways, with electronic connections and electrical powers to be able to run trains. The next step, which is what we call gravitational magnetic field system with inertia, is what we know as gases. What this means? It means we use a combination of the gravity and inertia and magnetic field in understanding of the interaction of the 2 parts together to give us what we see as a gas. We have a system which has gravity and magnetic field as a condition of a plasma, but in conjunction with inertia manifests itself as gas. That's why for the first time you can see energy packages, but they have no what we call dimension, and in so many ways they are very much connected to life. Inertia, gravitational magnetic field is what we call human body. In interaction of the energy with inertia, not becoming into the matter state, gives an intermediary state, what we known as gas. Energy packs in condition of what we call interaction of the fields of the plasma with the inertia or matter state of the planet.
Can you stop it right there?
in this process, a new one.
So did you all get that? That was a pretty big statement there. It was huge. And so to simplify it, the GM, I can't annotate, but the GM is the plasma state, it's plasma condition. The I plus the GM is the transitional condition, which we call the GANs, and the I is the matter state of our present physics that we understand, the matter state of the inertia. So we just got introduced to the GAN state. I don't know how we're going to try to get to this plasma state, but the GANs of the body, which is transitional, is also in that state. And so then when we create the GANs of copper oxide, it's not in that state per se, it's more on the boundary between the inertia of matter state and the condition of the GAN state. It's like, is at a point where there's like the magnet of the positive and the negative, there's like that no man's land in between, where a transition, you might call it a block wall. It's the point where you've created the highest level of matter that's as close to the GAN state as you can get. And it all depends on how you create it. Whereas the human body is in that pure GAN state of living tissue. And so by creating a copper oxide of matter GANs, it's weaker than this more plasmatic transitional human virus GANs. And that's how I was trying to explain to it. Not that it takes the mass, because mass is only a condition in the matter state. It doesn't exist per se in the transitional state, but yet we recognize it because we confirm it through seeing it. Just like, so in the example of the hemoglobin that we created in our CH3 tubs, it was at the highest level of the inertia matter transitional GAN state. It's like, if I could draw a line where it's red, it would be like right there. Whereas the human body's hemoglobin is, in the purest sense, a transitional plasmatic GANs. I know it's very hard to understand and try to separate the three, because we're so used to being in the matter state and talking about matter physics that transitional physics definitions are not really evolved yet. But you can go ahead and play the rest of it. I was just trying to make that point.
You know, he just got done saying there, if you replay that a minute ago, he said that the GANs material is the matter state. This is how the body of the man is created. It's the matter state. The GANs material is matter state. It creates fields, but it's the matter state. That is the matter state. It's due to the inertia, which is the drilling in of the holes. It's where the fields interact. That's where you get inertia. You have the fields, they're just fields. It's where they interact. Now you have an interaction. Now you get this drilling in, you get frequency, you get energy level, you get GANs material, you get GANs. That is what Mr. Keshe just said there. You're putting in this transition that GANs is somehow not matter level. Of course it's matter level. I got GANs right here. It's matter level, and I'm a GANs material. You're a GANs material. You're matter level. You want to just do the fields, dissolve the matter level and give up the physicality and just go with your own soul. Your soul is not at the matter level. Soul is in a higher level dimension.
It's at the GM level. That's why I said, but Mr. Keshe says that the human body is not matter. It's
no,
GANs.
He does not say that. He says it's in a GANs condition, which is
not matter.
It is matter. Of course it's matter.
It has a component. See how it has I there? That's a component of it that gives us the confirmation of that it's in a physical existence.
Inertia is resistance.
No.
You get resistance. Yes, inertia is resistance. Resistance when you have two fields interacting, two or more fields interacting. Now you have resistance. You have the resistance in the environment of this planet, which manifests itself as the amino acids and the GANs materials, which is what brings life on this planet at the physicality level.
I disagree.
Well, you can disagree all you want, but what Mr. Keshe just said there is the physicality of the body is made from the interaction of the fields. Yeah, play it again.
Let's go back a bit further and play that.
Developed in Europe. Then we introduced you to the GANS technology. And then we came across the other states of the plasma in production of the materials and how things are created. In the knowledge and the science of the classification, we have covered 3 levels. One level into our understanding is what we call gravity and the magnetical field. There is another one,
Stop it right there, please.
Inertia plus.
Okay, so one level was gravitational and magnetical.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. What is the definition of gravity?
Are created. In the knowledge and the science of the classification, we have covered 3 levels.
Gravity.
One level into our understanding is what we call gravity and the magnetical field. There is another one, what we call inertia plus gravity plus magnetical field. And then we have one is what we call inertia. This is part of the teaching which has to be clarified.
Look, gravity happens when 2 fields interact and they drill a hole and tap into the central line of the universe, create a soul, spray back the fields, and create a GANS.
Okay, gravity is not matter state.
Gravity is not matter state. Gravity is when 2 fields interact, drill a hole into the center core, manifests a soul in a higher level dimension. The matter level happens from the point of the around the brain where the GANS material is being manifest. Every atom is a GANS material. Every atom is a GANS material. That's the way. That's gravity is a drilling hole into the center.
Are you talking about gravity as the G in this formula here? Gravitational?
That's not, though. That's not gravity.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Keshe taught as gravity. He explained it about a month ago, where you have 2 fields. Gravity is, there's no gravity until 2 fields interact. And he put the 2 arrows.
He's not talking about gravity, though. He's talking about gravitational and magnetical fields.
Right. There's no dimension to those, and you can't measure it in a, per se in a matter state.
When the 2 fields interact, they drill a hole into the center. Now you have a gravitational well. And with the process of that,
okay, which one of these 3 levels are you talking about here, Mario? Or all of them? Or what do you mean with what you're talking about? Is this related to what we see on the screen, or what are you saying here right now?
Gravity and magnetical, gravitational and magnetical. Gravitational pulls in.
Okay, the first level you're talking about then.
First level. You know, you have
first level.
So how'd you prove that? If we can't measure it, we can't see it. It's not in our. It has no dimension. How are we supposed to? We assume it.
Go back about a month ago and look what Mr. Keshe taught and the knowledge seekers works. He said this is going to surprise a lot of people. It shouldn't, but it will. When he took 2 arrows, one arrow going in one direction, the other one going in the other direction. This is what causes gravitational fields. You drill a hole in. Now you have the fields going in. Now you have gravitational fields going in. At the same process, you have the fields spraying out. That's magnetical. So now you have gravitational and magnetical. It's due to the interaction of the fields.
That's the first level. What about the second level then?
The inertia is where it interacts within a given environment.
I understand.
Well, you're on this planet. You will have a certain.
Yeah, that's the I planet right there. I, inertia, matter state.
Is resistance.
No. Isn't resistance different than inertia?
Inertia is resistance.
Okay, so when Newton's third said, for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction, where did the action come from before there was?
The gravitational
the inertia that Newton and others talked about is not what Keshe talks about with.
No, I'm just saying, just make an example of like
a specific definition for inertia, which escapes me right now, but it's not like the regular.
And it's not resistance.
It is resistance.
It's related to that, but it's not the same as the so-called scientific physics definition of inertia.
Right.
That's
And
all.
so
Just
the
wanted to
I plus the
clarify
G plus the M is completely not in the physics books.
No, but the inertia is the fields in this planet. You don't just, it's the fields of this planet that are interacting, creating the gravitational and magnetic fields.
Okay,
Right.
well, what would the third one be then with just inertia without the G and M?
The environment on this planet, or in any planet, or in any given situation. It's in an environment relative to the environment. And planet Zeus, you will have a different gravitational and magnetic than you will here, right? If what manifests as a hydrogen atom on this planet, on planet Zeus, will be relatively something else. It might be relative to us, plutonium or some other unknown element. It's the inertia that determines how that manifests itself, what GANS material you actually will get.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what these three different levels are, though, in relation to all this. What is he talking about?
As I tried to explain to you, so under I, you could write 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would be the 4 states of matter. So you'd have your solid, your liquid, and your gas, and then you'd have what we call the matter plasma, which is wind, lightning, fire.
That's not plasma, Keshe plasma.
I know, I said matter plasma.
But that's not irrelevant. That's just a manifestation of the fields.
I'm not interrupting you. Why do you keep interrupting me when I'm talking?
Yeah, let him talk, Mario, because he's trying to get a point across here. And
if you disagree, that's fine. I just
something different here. So
I wish I could annotate.
Well, you can if you like. Just annotate, and
perhaps you can do it for me. So I would just write solid, liquid, gas, and matter plasma underneath the I, and those are the 4 states of matter. Okay, because the wind, the rain, the wind, and the lightning and such are of a higher level strength. They're bordering on the next level above them, which we call the transitional level of this transitional condition or transitional plasma, the GAN state. It's not a matter state. It's not one individual solid, liquid, gas, or matter plasma. It's actually all of them at the same time. It has the sun, it has the energy of the sun, but it has the inertia of the matter state, but it also has the gravitational and magnetical fields.
So you're saying it's the second category then?
It's the second level, yes. So that's the matter condition. This is the transitional condition in the middle, and this is the plasma condition. That's why inertia doesn't exist in that upper level, because it's not matter state. It doesn't have a dimension. So that's why I was trying to kind of reflect back to geometry. And so in the matter state, you have the 3 dimensions and so everything that we have in our understanding has a structure to it. Whereas when you get into the GAN state, it does retain some of the sp3, sp4 crystalline, but yet what it ends up, it has no, it's like fluidity. It doesn't have a fixed type construction. It's more of a spherical. So if under inertia, you could draw the crystalline structure of a solid, and then a liquid, and then a gas, and then try to create one for a matter plasma, which is lightning, the electrons and such. And then you get into this I plus G plus M, which is a combination. See, it's not just inertia. It's not matter state. It's transitional state. And so that's what I was trying to explain to you, that inertia does not exist in that upper plasma state. And he says it has no dimension. It doesn't fall into what we understand. It's dimensionless. It's like, it's backwards thinking, but not to us. If we think backwards, we'll understand it. But we keep getting stuck in the matter state. We keep going back to this matter state of inertia. Even though we play around with the GAN state, It always seems to lead back to the matter state. That's the way so if we play the video, he'll clarify what we keep missing, I think. And that's why he's saying teaching has to be clarified, especially now.
Okay, let's play it and just sort of see where it goes here.
Especially now that we're going into the space level, understanding of the space technology in a very simple way. What does inertia alone mean? Inertia flight system is very simple. What does this mean? It means we use the matter states equipment or materials to achieve what we call levitation. It is not possible, extremely difficult to be able to fly across through space to another destination by inertia. It is possible. Some races have tested it, but it is extremely eating food by turning your hand around your head, as we call it. What does this mean? Flight by inertia is when we use matter states, dynamic systems, or understanding of it to create flights. We've seen this one with the American military in test in 1975, where they managed to create a series of dynamic rotating magnets at the highest speed, and in conjunction and position of different magnets, they managed to create a flight in respect to solid state position of other magnets or rotating opposite to each other. We achieve levitation. There is a limitation in height, but the energy put in to achieve is beyond the energy and what it can be done outside. So we have seen this done by other groups being achieved to even live to a few meters and then coming back to position they cannot literally travel very high. This is what we call the dynamic motors. In a way, it's dynamic and the system can fly parallel to Earth more or less within the space gap. What does this mean? It means we cannot go high. We cannot travel between the what we call planetary system. But we can work within the structure of understanding the totality of our work in the way that we can extend the work and the knowledge to the level that it can allow us to do simple things, simple flight system, simple understanding of the whole process. But then this creates a condition for us that we have the limitation of the planet Earth. We have the limitation of what we call restriction to move. Creating interaction with this level can lead or maybe allow us to go maybe a little bit in a combination of inertia and what we call magnetic gravitational field forces. So inertia, magnetic gravitational field forces are matter state conditions. On the other hand, we need to be able to understand furthermore. This is for objects, for moving cars. This is for understanding the totality of the system that allows us to be able to operate within cities. Cars, maybe, as we've seen, in so many ways, with electronic connections and electrical powers to be able to run trains. The next step, which is what we call gravitational magnetic field system with inertia, is what we know as gases. What this means? It means we use a combination of the gravity and inertia and magnetic field in understanding of the interaction of the two parts together to give us what we see as a gas. We have a system which has gravity and magnetic field as a condition of a plasma, but in conjunction with inertia manifests itself as GANs. That's why, for the first time, you can see energy packages, but they have no what we call dimension, and in so many ways, they are very much connected to life. Inertia, gravitational magnetic field is what we call human body. In interaction of the energy with inertia, not becoming into the matter state gives an intermediary state, what we known as GANs. Energy packs in condition of what we call interaction of the fields of the plasma with the inertia or matter state of the planet. In this process, a new understanding, a totally comprehension of the science is needed by the world of science to be able to share the totality of the knowledge between inertia and what we call small gravitational magnetic field elements of the plasma of the matter that it manifests itself in the gas state. These we have shown we can create and use their fields in the dynamic cores, where what we call, we create fields for body enhancement, we create fields for agriculture, we water the plants with the energy transfer in the matter state, the inertia, we use it for all sorts of application, which we have seen for past years. Then we have systems which are entirely and totally are what we call gravitational magnetic.
Okay, so when he explains to you, he says he calls it the intermediate state, the transitional state. So when you create GANs, first you use your plates to get a gravitational and magnetical condition, and then when you introduce your battery, that's the inertia, the electron flow that manifests the GANs, that propels it to make the GANs. That's kind of, if you can follow that. And so
no, you don't need the battery, no. Why do you have the battery to manifest the GANs? You don't need the battery.
It's the salts. Sorry, it's the salts that manifest the GANs. It's the salts that are the converters.
Or you could say it's the fields that manifest the GANs, or you could say it's the plates that manifest the GANs. There's different ways you can say it.
No. The plates, the nano-coated plates in interaction with the metals as a matter in conjunction with the GANs, the salts is what manifests the GANSes. The GANSes are energy packs in transitional state in the inertia environment of the Earth. If you don't have the salt water, you still have the fields of the nano-coated material in combination with the matter of the environment, whether it's the plastic box, whether it's another metal, whether it's the air around. So we should learn to use filtering or understand this kind of filtering. Whenever we created with interaction of the nano-coated material with another metal, the GANSes, we filtered some of the energies emanating from the nano-coated material into what we can operate with, this transitional state, which we call GANs. And then we can use GANSes and with what Mario says, mass ratio 2:1, 3:1, etc. We can even use the same GANs and split it in mass ratio to 2:1 and create field interaction with those GANSes. We can even combine the nanomaterial and the GANSes again, or we can create only a field container, and that is what Mr. Keshe is pointing us to do, to only work with the fields, use the nano-coated plate, and what we scraped off of the nano-coating in form of energy, which we call GANs, to create fields and use those fields to create another level of fields. So I think we should get out of this matter and nano and GANs and all these other talks, because it's a limit in what we can achieve with these. We will be stuck in the inertia of Earth even when using GANs. The only way to get out of this trap is to work with fields only. And we have two sources of strong fields. One is the nano-coated materials. The other, which is even better because it's a child of that nano-coated material and its only energy state, is the GANs. So we should use GANs, combinations of GANs, to transfer energies or to focus energies. And that's when the empty ball comes into operation. You remember the empty ball we should put into the coils, or the little bubble Rick showed us years ago in the water? The fields, as Mario likes to say, drill inside if they're strong enough and create their own little bubble, even if it's just an empty ball with air inside. The fields, they are so strong, they will create their own little containment if we feed them with the proper environment of field emitters. And we should use those GANs as field emitters. And I think the whole thing of using the amino acids, or how clean the bottle is, or how it doesn't really matter. Remember, you have a plastic container, you have nano-coated material on the one side, say copper, and you put another nano-coated material, say zinc, on the other side, and you put your hand on top. And if it's a clean hand, or if it's a hand, or any hand, you will transfer your fields into the fields within that plastic container. So you will have a linkage through your fields with that container. It's even stronger than what you would have if you were to put your blood into it, or any kind of amino acid, because it's on the soul level. Whenever we work with fields, we work with our soul. So, did I hijack the conversation? I did. So please ask. Or follow up.
I was just trying to clarify what I meant. So when you make a GANs in this atmosphere of this planet, which is acidic, it's more on the magnetical spectrum of chemistry. The gravitational comes from the alkalinity of the salt water and the combination of the alkalinity of the nanoplate to give you those two conditions. You have the atmosphere creating the magnetical, you have the gravitational being created by the alkaline salt water and the plate, and then you add the inertia, which when I mean electron, I was using battery as probably a bad example, but everything in the matter state, we kind of agree has an electron spin. That's what makes it matter. It has electrons in everything, whether it's a rock or it's a liquid or whatever. It has an electron in the atomic structure. So I was using that as an example of the inertia. When you add a positive source to it, like when you make a GANs with a positive, anything above zero, which I consider like the galvanic DC of the battery, you're adding to that inertia. Whereas if you put a resistive device, you're depleting it, but you still have inertia because everything is in a way in the matter state because they're physical things. That's what makes this so hard to try to talk to people about in a way that I see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I thought he just said. And so when we use GANs through a dynamic, we get results, the bubble or so. Then the next, to move up from that, you use the gravitational magnetical or the GANs in a static reactor. And you're pushing, that's where you get the GANs turning without it being turned. And so that's why I was just trying to elaborate a little bit more on the three conditions that he meant, because we need to clarify this big time. And when he goes into flight systems, I understand that because we were talking about the human body and viruses. And so like I said, the virus has inertia because of the energy packet. It has gravitational and magnetical because it's in a GAN state of the human. It exists in the human, and it has an attachment to the matter state, the inertia of the amino acid. I think I was just trying to get that across. If people can see the three conditions, or, you know, I'm seeing it wrong, I'm just trying to extrapolate what he says using his examples in a way that we can all kind of try to agree on this transitional plasma physics, as opposed to matter physics of the matter state of particle physics. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for listening to me, people. I appreciate it.
Can I come in here, Stephen? I'm going to suggest this to you, and you probably won't do it, but I highly suggest that you go back and watch the 7th Health Workshop again. It's about atomic structures. I think that you might find something that you're looking for there. It might help you. Go watch it again. I know you've seen it probably when it first came out. Go back to the 7th Health Workshop. Skip Dr. Elia's part and go right to Mr. Keshe's part. Yeah, you might see something there that might help you.
Well, if it's atomic, then it's in the matter state. It's in the inertia state. That's basic physics.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Keshe's interpretation of atomic structures. This is something that every knowledge seeker really needs to understand. If you're going to use atomic structures and you're going to use the numbers from the periodic tables and understand how the GANS materials and all that, really should go back and watch that 7th Health Workshop. It's probably Mr. Keshe's parts, 45 minutes, an hour or so long. I highly recommend to go back and review Mr. Keshe's not interpretation of matter level, his interpretation of atomic structures as a plasma. Yeah, because they're GANS materials, atoms. So, I mean, I highly suggest you go back and watch that 7th Health Workshop. This is true for everybody. I mean, that's a fundamental principle of everything in our universe is based on atomic structures. Yeah, and so
no, our universe isn't based on atomic structure. That's just our basic understanding that the level that we've reached. But now we've reached the transitional level. That's
if you review that workshop, then maybe you'll see what I mean. But I'm just suggesting that to everyone. That 7th Health Workshop, something that every knowledge seeker should go back and watch that and see what Mr. Keshe. It's an hour of your life. It's highly worth it. So that's my suggestion. Anyway, I'll close my mic here.
Yep, that's likely a good suggestion. Also, I remind us that Mr. Keshe has talked on a number of occasions on this idea of different levels of existence that are simultaneously happening on both this planet and in the universe. That ranges from the matter level to the nano, to the GANs, to the plasma, to the plasma manipulator level, and that people can get stuck in any of those levels, and that 90% of the people on Earth are stuck in the first level of the matter level and don't have the understandings of moving into the other levels of more degrees of freedom of the nano level and the GANs level, let alone the plasma level, and then the plasma manipulator level, as Mr. Keshe called it, and then levels beyond that even. So it's a lot of it is a matter, so to speak, of perception. And when we look at these three levels that are indicated here that Mr. Keshe goes through, you can kind of see the inertia being the matter level, and the inertia plus the gravitational magnetical would be more of the nano and into the GANs level. And then the gravitational magnetical, where there's no longer the physical, be more the plasma manipulator, or levels beyond that, let's say. So depending on how you perceive things and what levels, like ultimately when we become a plasma manipulator, then we can pop down into any of the lower levels if we so choose, in order to create a new device, or to give someone some advice, or to interact on some particular thing that might be of interest for us, to make a change somewhere, or to help in some manner. But the idea being that it's, as humans, we have this unique ability to pop between different dimensions or between different levels, and take on the perspectives of those levels. So I think that's where some of the confusion and misunderstandings can come in, because we're all coming at it at different levels and at different times for ourselves. Sometimes we see in one level, sometimes we see in another, sometimes we can see maybe both or all of them all at once. And we have to understand that others are also on their levels, and sometimes they're higher or lower, depending on whether there's actually a higher or lower. You see things that way, but on a different perspective, let's say. So I think one thing to keep in mind. Go ahead.
But I could totally agree with you, Rick. I just wanted to bring a concrete example of what you're saying. Mr. Keshe said that these viruses are emotional based. I mean, like due to the distress that people or animals are in, they create the conditions, or they create this virus as it is. I think we could even call the virus a form of GANs, because it's an energy pack that, in the environment of the matter state, the inertia of the Earth, works or is visible to us, because we can take a look at it.
We literally
study it
create
under the microscope.
We could create the conditions inside of us for it to grow, and that's the issue there.
Yes, it's not only that we create the condition for it, we actually create the virus itself. It's like we create the cancer in ourselves because of the emotions that we have. It's our child. Even the virus is a child of the ganses, those energy fields that we are working with, and we compact them to give life to them. It's a result.
We have cancers all the time, though, and the body normally handles them. But when we are, our energy package as a human gets certain levels, then we become susceptible to those energy levels of the packets, those little packets of things that would infect us, viruses, bacteria, and other such things.
I think so. The point that half this virus is psychosomatic, because it's emotionally based fear. So when you have a stress that matches the same level as the animal, then you become a receiver in a way.
Yeah, sort of. So, yeah, well, you wanted to make a point. Let me see, where were we at there? Because you mentioned the external, Lawrence, you mentioned the external circumstances, such as that create the conditions. You wanted to make a point about that, I think, though, eh?
I only wanted to say that the source of it is all fields, energy fields. And the virus, as it manifests in form of a GANs, it attaches itself to as an energy field. It converts in that environment that we call the body into a GANs form. And then, because it's such a high-powered energy, or high-powered in terms of lack of energy, it starts draining the cell or the body out of its energy. When we apply this teaching that we've been given, on how to create this one cup, one life, then we basically create another GANs, which is stronger than our body, to which the virus as a GANs, as an energy field, will connect to, and it will not drain us, but will drain the ganses, or will be fed by the ganses that we've created in the one cup, one life process. And the point is that by using this one cup, one life method, we actually apply the change of environment for our own body and the virus too. But basically, we change our bodies to have more energy by feeding of those high-level energy fields that we created in this one cup, one life configuration, even with the simplest fire nanocoating method.
I think that's a big consideration, that we can alter our own energy fields, even without the cup of life, just by wishing it so, in a way.
Well,
Present.
You're very right. It's exactly this kind of interaction with our own soul that we need to learn. I think that's the point where we're all a little bit lacking behind, because Mr. Keshe said we have the same hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium in our own center. And we can interact with it just like with the reactors. So I think we have to understand our energy emissions, what is our emotions, the magnetical expression of us, those fields that we don't use anymore, and how these fields interact with their environment. And then we can also learn to do the same conversion, because we are ganses in the inertia in the matter level, but in essence we are also energy packs. Our soul is an energy pack, just like the source of the ganses. So we have to learn how to, or understand how the ganses convert from energy level to inertia, what we call ganses, and back to energy only, because then we can learn with our soul how to, get in and out of Earth without the spaceship. Or the same process will apply when we want to create a physical spaceship. We will use the fields. Out of those fields, we'll create some kind of device which we interact with. And then that device, when it materializes, basically becomes GANs out of the energy state. And then when it takes off, out of the GANs state becomes energy again. You understand what I mean? And we should be able to do this ourselves, within ourselves, by ourselves. And only then, when we can do it with our own bodies, or we have the understanding of how to do it, and we have practiced it, only then we will be able to do it with others, for others, as a captain of a spaceship or a creator of a spaceship.
Okay, good observations. I observed that Jedi's had his hand up for quite a while here, so we will let him have a little speak here as well. Thank you, Lawrence.
Hi, everyone. So I believe that we need a practical kind of procedure, attitude, protocol, a blueprint. So this solution we have, Mr. Keshe gave us, is a good one. So we might as well use it. Now, it's not only by practicing this in our kitchen that is going to change things. We should try to see the problem from a different point of view. We have cities with millions of people. blocked, quarantine, and numbers we see are probably not the good numbers. So we have to face this kind of problem now, trying to transform this micro into macro. So it's dimensionally speaking, is to enlarge the picture to reach the greatest amount of people that are affected by this kind of virus. So whilst we consider a cup of life and it's going to work, we might as well think about the same kind of situation in a wider picture. So swimming pools. We have hotels that are probably empty, plenty of them in these cities. And we have swimming pools that are not in use because of the situation and the quarantine. So these swimming pools, you just fill them up with seawater and replicate the blueprint. And so you start producing. So you start the reaction immediately. As soon as you start this kind of reaction, you are going to create ganses, gans fields, and you're going to produce, let's say, the answer. But dimensionally speaking, in the macro, not only thinking about yourself and your family, you're thinking about 11 million people in one. So that should be probably one of the answers, just to try out if it works. It is a solution, it is a possible solution. So this is only by using what we have, the asset. It's hotels, probably, swimming pools, it's reachable. It's anyone could do it. It would take only a couple of days to organize all this. And because of the shortage of masks, any kind of sheets, curtains, fabrics, they could do. So you create this swimming pool and then you place this tissue inside the waters, and then you can cut and make millions of them, and they are ready. And you can spray these waters and sanitize and clear up every surface people touch, and make bottle of this water and just to heal up the ones that are suffering. So this is creating an enlarged picture of this kind of solution that Mr. Keshe gave us. So this should probably be one of the attempts. Just give it a try, probably. This is a good answer. Then by creating these waters, then you just convert firemen into healers and use this water to reach everyone all around the city, spraying it. You want to use drones, you want to use airplanes, it's there. And the tube, you can use this to move from one pool to the other, and hospitals, camp hospitals, whatever. But you have hotels, and the hotels, I believe they are empty. So in an emergency state, this is something that maybe government has to find out a way to use what they already have. Anyone would just say, okay, just for the time being, we might as well convert this kind of place into another one. So it's by changing the function of it for the time being. No one is going to lose anything. It's just a way to face a change of situation. So this kind of inertia, in fact, inertia, is it is a resistance to change in some way. And change is in fact what is required to find the solution and to reach it. So there has to be a kind of change within our emotional response. So as now we have seen the possibility to heal, to cure, and so it is a possibility. Our emotional response it shall become a vector to this kind of cure and solution. And so the mind of plenty of people working on this kind of, let's say, alchemical kind of transmutation, the minds will be all focused on this, and this is going to heal. And this emotional response of the population, of the people that are praying, that are sustaining, this is part of the energy flow, the packet that is going to heal and to change from a metaphysical point of view conditions. We know that there are at least 5 important pools and 25 pools in hotels. So if you start considering and creating a grid and looking at the fields that shall be created by, let's say, using these different pools, you obtain a reactor. And all the city will be encased in this sphere of energetical kind of vibration. So it shall change the entire city. All organisms within the city shall change. At least the pH is going to rise 2 or 3 points. So this means that there is a global changing taking place within a city. And all this is going to affect any kind of creature within a reorganizing order and not confusion, because this is creating disorder. And so it shall clean everything. It is a possibility. It is a possibility. So we're talking about assets. We're talking about something that is not in use at the moment. We could create 20 hospitals, but if there is no cure, we are not acting. We can create 2 or 3 pools and see if this works. Just try it. And everything is ready. In 3 days, you would see the first result of this kind of action taking place. So it's a practical kind of a way to see things, not to just speak about or working. Yes, understanding is fundamental, but we can see that people are dying, and so we should act as soon as possible to harmonize all this. And I said that prayer or intention, you may call it as you wish. It's just a different way, but this is going to sustain, to heal and harmonize. Then the positioning of the GANs, then they could be moved from one place to the other to enforce this kind of grid to vibrate, to produce a better kind of field. And this is just repositioning the matter state ganses. Waters could be sprayed all around. And the fact that we could give these waters to trees, they are going to do the job. So they are going to convert all this and clean out, even soil, the ground, and transmute. So every tree is going to help. Is going to help at the same time to clean up. We have seen huge fires in Brazil and Australia. We have ash So soda ash, we have materials ready to be used everywhere in the world to clean up. So it's not really so bad because we have it's free, it's ready made. So this is to clean up. Let's use it. It's and another way to enforce the pH change and a stronger vibration of this plasmatic field to interact with this virus. And well, this is to activate the rotation of the ganses. And so by generating rotating systems, they would in 4 hours rise up to 3 or 4, let's say numbers from 10 to 11 waters cleaning up. And if you have a acidity and a condition and you are within such a kind of field, this activation of a torsion field plasmatic kind of transference, oscillating fields, this would rearrange, reorganize, and probably give, well, offer the chance to solve such a kind of problem. It's when we have a situation where there is no possible answer and we don't have the key, we do not own the understanding, the knowledge, then we are in a terrible state. And this is what we have practically solved, in fact. So now the vector is how to use this knowledge to solve the problem from a metaphysical and physical point of view, in the new understanding of physics, and by using what we already own and instruments that are going to, let's say, temporarily going to be used in a different way, solve all this. It's a practical kind of attitude. It's not a protocol, it's not a blueprint. It's just, let's say, an idea, but starting with the cup of life, let's find out if there is a possibility to clean up the river, the lakes, swimming pools, and solve this problem before it reaches a dimension where we are not even able to cope with it. And so it's the answer to a virus. Then you see in the word of vir, it's man, it's man. It's to reach equilibrium, a man needs a woman. And so they meet this kind of field, mutual kind of field that is in balance. Now, the answer to a vir of this kind is a gynus. So it's, let's say, the understanding from the point of view of the woman. So what does a woman do? A mother, it's love. It's the expression of love. So this is in the metaphysical, within the teaching, within this kind of virus. It's too much. That is too much. So we have only been, let's say, working too much on one of the sides of the Tao. And we are forgetting harmony. So as soon as this kind of black and white field reaches its equilibrium point, the problem, it shall disappear altogether. So it's a practical way. It's by using ganses, by using what we already know, and we have some stocked, but just it shall take 2 or 3 days, convert swimming pools that are not in use. And let's find out. I mean, this is just common sense advice. It's just trying to be practical and offering a vector that is going to affect a virus within its kind of dimensionally speaking, very tiny nanometric dimension. And so this is going to interact with this virus because we are into this nanometric, and the intention shall be present in the solution and prayer. So I believe it's a possible way.
Well, it's become a reality because there's an actual group formed in the private teaching that's to develop plasmatic system for cleaning rivers, oceans, air, and soil. So that's one of the many groups that have formed to specifically look at the application and development of the plasma technology in certain areas. So that's one. There's another one of, for example, for the feeding system, feeding station, and various others. So this is part of the new private teaching that's come out this year. Mr. Keshe has recommended people break off into these subgroups according to their interests and passions and work with others that also have those similar topics that they like to work on. And that's part of the private teaching. And then the results are put together and discussed with Mr. Keshe every week as well, so we understand it. So if people want to get involved with that and on the working directly with the Keshe Foundation and others that are involved in the private teaching and a more secure environment, then they can join as a KFSSI student, and that's available at the kfssi.org website, where you can sign up for student status at Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Costs €100 a year, and gives you access to the previous private teachings and various teachings from Mr. Keshe and other knowledge seekers from around the world. So that's one practical way that's being manifest right now of how to put those the theory into practice and actually create some things like you're talking about with the swimming pools, Jedi.
It's a gift, so why not just use it, try it? And this is a possible way. It's a practical one. So at least we can save, we can help. It's even food, even it's just curing, healing, purifying. It's doing all this at the same time. So it's not only affecting, let's say, this kind of virus. It's going to harmonize, and so just let's try it and see if it works how it should. If our intention is a pure intention, and this should affect, it should give hope, and when the mood, the emotional, is calmed down, and you know that there is a solution, and the ones that shall recover, let's say that they shall work, they shall help the others, the suffering ones, and because they have already faced this, and so they can offer their work, and this is going to change things, because this is cooperation, and even by considering the living entities of trees and waters, all this is a part of it. So that I believe it's a vision. It's a vision, but it is a possible path. We should try to practice it to see if it works. I mean, paradising and creating wonderful gardens by using these waters and plasmatic technology. We saw what it is able to produce within organic, within life, and so this is just something the right people should try to sit down and think about it. We can only express the idea, the concept, talk about it. Although we are practicing a part of it, but we're not in the dimension, in such a huge dimension that goes beyond our, let's say, possibility. So the work of thousands solves problems of millions altogether. Taking part, of course. One might give the solution, and so we thank Mr. Keshe. But then replicating the systems, or even thinking about possible solutions, outcomes, and even getting things a little better, and finding new paths, new ways. This is the answer. It's a dynamic kind of answer. It's a change, a paradigm shift. Yes, this is a possible way how to present it.
Okay, thank you, Jedi. I'm thinking we need to wrap things up kind of soon here. But is there anybody else who'd like to make some comments? They're welcome to go ahead. We can go a few more minutes if you like. We're coming up on 5 hours here, so I'd like to keep it under 5 or so.
Hi, Rick. I have one question, please.
Okay.
Do you know Ted yesterday from West Virginia? The guy who yesterday in our time, today in the morning in your time, in one planet, one race. He's really very interesting guy. I think I heard him before in the teachings. Do you remember he was here?
He's been around a while, and he pops up every now and then. And he's been around for about 3 years or so. And he, in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, he talked about his experiences from when he first met up with the Keshe Foundation, and how much it changed him over the last 3 years.
Yesterday was very interesting. I was really listening to him.
It was quite powerful.
Yeah. So he was here in our class in reactor groups and all over the place.
Yeah, he's been here from time to time.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you, guys.
That's all. Nothing profound to no profound insights to enlighten us with or anything. That's it.
You are already enlightened. Just hook.
Thank
Just
you.
hook.
That was what I needed to hear. I'm now enlightened. My God, this will change my life forever.
Yeah,
Thank
you see, I am telling you, you see, you are enlightened. Thank
this
you, Rick.
is the main thing that we need to remind each other of. Actually, I've come to that conclusion recently. It's you know that we just have to go around our daily life and just remind people, you know, you
You know,
are enlightened.
yeah, exactly. You know why, Rick? You know why? And all of you guys, because you think good and you do good and you speak good. Finished. This is the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
This is the whole universe work like this.
So
Think,
simple, isn't it?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
But
you.
yet so difficult to actually perform under pressure, especially of various.
The best thing you perform that in the pressure. That is the best
Yes.
thing in the world.
Yes.
Because
that
you
is the
are in
true
Earth.
test.
You know what is here on Earth. We have a real pressure because we are working under the pressure. But outside there is no pressure. So if you manage to let's say, if you elevate a vehicle, let's say, or anything, 1 meter here, you are under pressure. You are under so many things. Imagine you are outside there when there is no pressure, there is no such a thing, matter states. So your 1 meter, maybe it will be 1 million kilometer.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So if you succeed here with only these three things, with all these pressures, with all these needs, with all this anxiety, to think good and do good and speak good, what do you want more? Wherever you go, here in the pressure, you are acting like this. Without pressure, how you will act? You will shine. So you are shining, guys. All of you who is here in this class or in the by Keshe family, all of you, even the first day you are coming here, you think you want to change, you think you want to be in the ethos of this foundation, you are already in the path, you are already elevated. So good talk, huh? You see? Okay, Rick, thank you.
Thank you for your good words and good deeds and good actions and good thoughts, Jalal, and everyone here, because that is the way forward in our new world. Really is. As a creator, that's the only way to fly. Otherwise, we're just reacting to the past or a possible future when we can create it. Alrighty, well, anything else? Anybody else like to weigh in here? Okay, well, I think I'm going to wrap it up then. I do thank everyone for attending and participating in today's Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, January 29th, 2020. This will be the last plasma group of January, and we'll be into February of 2020, which will be interesting at 022020. Lots of coincidental numbers in that month, I believe. And so we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up Thursday, 9 a.m. Central European Time. And I'm sure Mr. Keshe will have plenty of interesting surprises for us in that workshop, as he seems to be doing these days. So we look forward to that. And what do we have coming up on Monday? No, on Tuesday, there'll be the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace next week. All right, I think that's it for now. And bring your questions to the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and we'll carry on there. Okay, bye everyone, and see you next time around.